do have, well, we have one seat up here on the front row. If anyone want to feel lucky to come up here and sit, especially Andy. Okay. So anyway. Okay. So anyway, welcome to City Council. All City Council members are present. We'd like to excuse the mayor tonight. He is out of town. Our Pledge of Allegiance will be given by Council Member Lynn Walker and opening remarks by Councilwoman Sid Lamone.
Will the audience take your eyes?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Citizens and council members and staff of Pleasant Grove City to be able to on behalf of our community at this time. For our city and for the resources we have here, for the people, for the opportunities we've been given and the potential that we have. We can go throughout the night with an open mind and open heart, that we can treat each other with civility and respect. Please bless that we can be mindful of the needs of our community at this time, and that we can make decisions that I would be proud of. We love thee, and we say these things in thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Lynn, thank you. Sid, thank you. We have for approval for meetings, our meeting agenda for tonight. I noticed that item 9D is continued.
Yes, and I think that's the only change that we
Only
have.
thing. Okay. So with that, I'll take a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
Make the motion that we approve the agenda with the changes noted.
A motion by Ben. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Diane. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. All right. Before we begin open session, I'd like to just take a few moments because it's good to see our council chambers crowded. It is. It's good to see citizen involvement and everyone here taking an active stand in our community. If you're here, I'm going to raise something. If you're here for a flyer that you received on your front door, can you raise your hand? If you're here to talk about it or speak about it or just listen about it, doesn't matter. Okay. With that said, no, you're good. You're good. So with that said, I've asked our city administrator, Scott Darrington, to take some minutes. He can have 5 or 10 minutes and kind of briefly talk about this flyer that was placed on people's door. I received this one on my door on Sunday night, and there's some falsehoods on this flyer, and so we would like to take care of that tonight and address some of those, so you can learn what's happened basically over the last 18 to 24 months in our community, whether it be the public safety committee that was set up. Oh, do that? Yes, yeah, we can do that. So let me just hurry and say this, and then we can let them. And so, Scott, we're going to delay you just for the royalty. And then I'll come back to that, but we're going to address some of this, what's went on in our community, why we're at where we're at today with this, and so hopefully we can answer some of these questions. But with that said, yeah, then we'll have still open session after we do that. Let's see, before we do that, can we maybe take care of the consent items? Is that okay? Is there any questions on the consent items tonight?
Yes, well, first of all, is the decant complete? Is that the decant completely total?
Yes.
Finished? That was the final payment? Okay.
Well, I don't know if it's received the final payment, but it is complete.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, I'll quickly take a motion for approval of the consent items.
Then I'll make a motion that we approve the consent items.
Motion by Diana. Do I have a second? Second by Sid. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
That was
We're moving. We're going to get there really quick, and then we'll come back to open session here. We're going to move to item number 7, Board, Commission, and Committee appointments to consider for the approval of reappointment of Frank Mills and Mark Bezant as Metropolitan Water District Board members. Who's taking care of that? Scott?
Do it.
Just
No,
do it?
that's
Just go ahead and do it?
Yeah.
So do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we reappoint Frank Mills, Mark Bezant as Metropolitan Water Board members, district board members.
I'll second it.
Motion by Ben, second by Dana. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And then the last one is to consider for approval the appointment of Dustin Phillips as a planning commissioner alternate member. Do I have a motion?
I make the motion that we approve Dustin Phillips as a planning commission alternate member.
Motion by Sid, a second by Ben. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay. Awesome. Item number 8A is our Strawberry Days rodeo royalty presentation. Come on in. You can come up front if you like, or if you like the microphone first.
Okay, so we're just back here again
Yay.
to talk to you more about Strawberry Days, kind of let you know what's going on, invite you to those events. So if you don't know, my name's Lindsay Savage. I'm our Miss Pleasant Grove. This is my amazing royalty. My first runner-up is Ansley Funes. My second runner-up is Courtney Ricks. And our third attendant is Sammy Jo Carson. I'll let the rodeo queens introduce themselves in a little bit. But we just want to let everyone know that Strawberry Days is this next week, June 11th through the 17th. There's so many amazing events going on. We're very excited. I'm going to let each of my attendants talk about their favorite event. I'll let the rodeo queens go. And then we have a strawberry cheesecake for the city council.
One of the perks.
Hey, the city employees.
Hitters and
I
counselors.
only heard one name, so.
We won't eat it in front of everyone.
I want to tell you about the Grand Parade, although you guys probably already know about it. It's on the 10th, or it's at 10 p.m. on June 17th. And we want you guys to come and support. I mean, you get free candy, so why not? It's super fun. And come and see our beautiful float that Modern Design made for us. It's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous.
All right, my favorite event is the concert in the park. That's on Tuesday night, and it's the only night where there's free strawberries and cream. So, if that's not incentive, then Johnny and the Rebels will be there, so that can be other incentive to go. It's a nice free event, and it's fun for family and friends.
My favorite event is Huck Finn Days, and that is on Friday, the 16th of Strawberry Days. It's in the morning. It's at the rec center. They have games for kids and families, and it's all free. It's a great event for families.
Hi, I'm Shawnee Harward, and I'm the Strawberry Days Rodeo Queen. Our rodeo will be held next Wednesday through Saturday, so it's the 14th through the 17th. Each night, our pre-show entertainment will begin around 7 o'clock, and our show will begin at 8. Sorry.
My name is Michelle Wall, and I'm the first attendant this year. And just going along with that, we have a lot of different nights. So the first night, our Wednesday night, will be the kids' night. Thursday night will be family night. Friday night is tough enough to wear pink, so make sure you wear pink that night. And then Saturday will be patriotic night, and we hope you all can make it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You better place that by Kathy and keep it away from us there. So.
Yes. We'll put it here, this empty chair.
Good move.
Guys, thank you so much.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
And I hope you sing the national anthem at all the events. You guys do a great job.
Thank you.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So again, I've asked Scott to address this flyer that was placed on your door or doorstep and take care of some of these issues. Thank you, Scott.
Can we get, Daniel, can you turn off the lights, at least for the corner here? Thank you.
That's it. You don't want to be in the dark.
I don't know how I'm supposed to follow cheesecake. Was the applause for me, or was that for the cheesecake?
It was for you.
It's
Oh,
for
thank you.
It's for you.
You sing the national anthem right now.
Okay. What I've created here is a timeline of discussion that the City Council has had and others have had in regards to the location of the public safety building and kind of the effect that that would have on the old recreation center. This started a couple years back in August 1st of 2015. Earlier to that, our City Council asked for a seismic study to be done on our old rec center, the seminary building, also the Beck home and the current fire station, to see how it would stack up as far as an earthquake is concerned. But also, if we were to renovate the building, bring it up to code, take care of some of the structural needs as far as seismic concerns, and also how the building looks to maybe repaint it and do those things like that. We asked for a cost as to what that would be. So on my notes here, the seismic study was completed for the old rec center and the seminary building. That was on August 1st of 2015. This is a many-page report. If you would like to see the report, you can go to the front page of our website. Right now it's available for citizens to read. And just let me say that I've got like 3 pages of material here, and it is a summary of a couple of years. So there's more documentation behind all this, and it's all available online if you'd like to read up on it. Most of it was pulled from meeting minutes and agendas. So specific to these buildings, the buildings were rated on a seismic scale of good, fair, poor, and very poor. Both the buildings, so both the old rec center and the seminary building, were rated as poor. The definition of poor is significant life safety hazards in a major earthquake. So they're old buildings. If we have an earthquake, a major earthquake, there could be some life safety hazards. So that was the context under which our city council, the public safety committee, and those that were trying to figure out where the proper place for the fire station would be, that were dealing with this information. The question was asked, well, what does it cost to get the building seismically sound, updated to meet code, and the architectural improvements needed to make sure the building is looking presentable? On the old recreation center, that was $2,589,000. On the seminary building, that was $400,200.
Scott?
Yeah.
What was if it changed purposes, what was the price there?
What do you mean?
If it was going to change its role, its purpose, the rec center. Let's say if we're going to stick the library in there or something.
All that cost is the same. The only thing that would have changed the cost and made it go up would be, this was called a life safety, a level of seismic condition. There's a higher level, which is called immediate occupancy. And there's not many buildings that are built to immediate occupancy. They are usually emergency buildings. So our new public safety facilities will be built to the standard of immediate occupancy, meaning if we have a major earthquake, it is set up to withstand so that we can be operational. Our police and fire need to be operational after a major earthquake, and so that's how the standard is. So if we were to take the old rec and say, let's turn this into our fire station or police station, then those costs would go up. And we had a cost estimate for that, but most of the discussion was just to get it to what was called a life safety occupancy. So about a year later, we had a public safety building committee that was formed, and they reviewed all this. The Public Safety Building Committee did a lot of things. So they weren't just focused on the location of the fire station. They weren't just focused on whether the conditions of the buildings. They were tasked with a lot of things, mainly what the cost is. What's the cost to build new facilities and things like that. But one of the things that they were asked is where would be the preferred location for our building. So the police and courts building was determined, and it was likely that we were going to have 2 facilities. So the police and courts building was always determined to be downtown. And the location of that was going to be where this building we're currently in and the current fire station. As we went through the discussions that if we're going to do that building, it's going to be right here. The question is the fire station. If we're going to redo the fire station, are we going to have that at the pipe plant or downtown? If it's downtown, then the old rec center would need to be raised, meaning torn down. If it was at the pipe plant, then the old rec center would not need to be torn down. But then the city council had the issue of, if we're going to have this building, are we going to make it to where it can be stand up to a major earthquake, which is the $2.5 million cost. So when the Public Safety Building Committee made their recommendation to the City Council on a few issues, one of the things they talked about was the location. And the committee narrowed it down to 2 sites, which is downtown and the pipe plant, but did not recommend a particular site to the city council. Within the committee, there was various opinions as to whether the fire station should be downtown or at the pipe plant. So what they did is they got to those 2, and then they just turned it over to the city council and said, here's where we're at. At that point, the city council was in the process of putting on the ballot a general obligation bond for $9.5 million for the new facilities. And the city council felt it was important that before people voted on this bond in November, that the city council has made a determination as to where this building would go. So we sent out a postcard to every address in Pleasant Grove inviting people to come to a public hearing on the 2 proposed sites. One was called the pipe plant property site, and the other was the downtown site, and we identified them by intersection, where the intersections were. On October 4th of 2016 was when we had our public hearing. And I want it to be noted, because I think some people are saying, did the city ever talk about this? Well, in this meeting, as I was introducing this to the public and to the city council, the comment was made, if the downtown site is chosen, it's highly likely that the old rec would be raised. And so I pulled out one specific comment out of the 46 people that spoke. And the reason I pulled this one out is because it was the chairman of our Downtown Advisory Board who had a prepared statement for the city council as to the stance of what the Downtown Advisory Board felt about the downtown location. And it states, as members of the board, they offered their support for developing the new public safety buildings in the downtown area. As they reviewed the 2 options, they determined downtown would be the best for the community. So that's specific to just the Downtown Advisory Board. We had 46 people speak at the public hearing. There was support for both sites for the facilities. For those that remember that meeting that were in the room, there was not a consensus. There was people that made strong arguments, I think, on both sides of the issue as to where the building should be located. The week after that, October 11th, 2016, the Historic Commission issued a report to the City Council in regards to the old rec. That report was given to us by Curtis Miner, who was at the time a member of the Historic Commission. They addressed the history and design, historic designation, classifying an old building versus what's historical significant. And if you want to read that document, it is in the minutes for October 11th of 2016. You can go online and read that. I did pull out a paragraph. The last paragraph said conclusion, and this is from their report. This is was their conclusion. Although not an outstanding sample of early 20th century architecture, the old recreation building is a reasonably good example of simple and restrained design and represents an important part of the history of Pleasant Grove for some of its citizens. Although the building is currently in disrepair, the building can be renovated and made into a useful community asset if that is the desire of the city. There are no historic designations that prevent or promote the decision to demolish or to renovate. So I interpret that to say, City Council, our preference is, it says it can be renovated. The preference of some of our citizens is that it is kept and renovated. However, as a City Council, this is your call. There's a lot of money in order to, if you read in part of the document, they talk about the cost to renovate and how they understand that that is a concern for the city in order to fund that. But they essentially said there's a historic designation that's part of that, but it doesn't prevent or promote the city to either keep it up or take it down. So that's straight from their report. The week after that, October 18th, the City Council had a discussion in regards taking into account all the different factors that had been discussed, including the public comment that had taken place 2 weeks earlier. Again, as I was explaining to the City Council, the history, the comment was made, if the fire station's built downtown, the old rec will be raised. And so that was what was on the table. I think the people that were at the meeting, and those that were at the public hearing, I would hope had an understanding that if the city council chooses downtown, that the old rec center would need to be taken down. We did research state and federal grants to renovate the buildings. There's none available for projects of this scope. When I talked to the state historic person, he said most of the grants that we have available are $10,000 or less, and they are generally set aside for small businesses that want to renovate their facade on a historic main street. So he said, what you're looking for, $2.5 million. He says, to my knowledge, there's no state or federal grants that could cover that cost. The City Council also discusses in this October 18th meeting the cost, site preparation, what to do with the boutiques, construction timeline, response times, parking, amongst other issues relevant to location of the public safety building. So there was a lot of discussion as to what is going to go into this decision as to where the location of the fire station should be. The week after that, November 1st of 2016, we had an agenda item 10, action items ready to vote. It was a motion to declare City Council's preferences of the fire station location. I do want to say there is 3 or 4 pages worth of discussion. So if you want to read the nitty-gritty as to what every council member felt at that moment, you can. We're not going to read every comment tonight.
I was hoping you'd read them all, Scott.
I lived this meeting, and then I read it again, and I thought, okay, that's enough for me. Mayor Daniels at the time made a presentation to kind of summarize the issue to the City Council. Individual council members shared their thoughts on the location. So that's the 3 to 4 pages. So Mayor Daniels concluded with some paragraphs that I wanted to pull out so that there was an understanding that night as what the City Council's intent was. Mayor Daniels remarked that the public has asked the council to state an opinion tonight, to make a decision so that they can go to the ballot box knowing what it is the council is thinking so that it is not a mystery. His request is that the council take a vote in favor of one of these 2 locations as the primary location and announce that so the public can do what they need to do. We talked about being a preferred site because even as the City Council was going to make a decision, once we started getting into digging a foundation and found out that there's something really wrong with the site, then there was a possibility, and probably still could be a possibility, that we'd have to move elsewhere. But at this point, and at least as we were talking back then, the full intention was to make a decision that night. So when people went to vote, which was the next week, November 8th, that they had an idea where this building was going to go, because I think that was going to be part of the yes or no vote for some citizens. Mayor Daniels said that on the matter of downtown for both facilities, or downtown for police, courts, and dispatch, and then pipe plant for fire and EMS, or if you don't know or don't want to say at this time. So this is him asking the council, who is in favor of having all 3 facilities in the downtown? Now it says 3 facilities, it's actually 2, but one of them is a police and courts building, and so you kind of mentioned that as 2 different facilities, but it's always been 1 facility. Council members Anderson, Walker, Lamone, and Jensen agreed. Council member Stanley remarked that he is neither in favor or opposed. Again, understand there's 4 pages of reasoning behind those comments. So if you, again, want to get into more of the intent of the council, you can read all that. Mayor Daniels stated that for the purpose of identifying the location for the bond, it will be advertised to the public that the majority of the council is in favor of having both facilities in the downtown location as has been suggested. No one has expressed a primary preference for having them split between the downtown and the pipe plant, but that will be a second option if necessary. So again, that's recapping a long meeting and a lot of things being discussed. So that gets us to yesterday. There's 2 things. I asked the architect to give us a site plan, as we have been working now with the architect for 2 months.
Scott?
Yeah.
Maybe you can address who is meeting with the architect.
Okay, thank you. We have an owners committee that is representing the city as we work with the architect and with our general contractor. Our architect is JRCA Architects. They're out of Salt Lake. Our contractor is Big D. And in our owners committee meetings, which we meet every other week to talk about site plan, and right now floor plan and layout is where we're at, we have those discussions. Our owners committee is made up of myself, both the chiefs, Judge Bullock, Marty Beaumont, our public works, really our engineer. We also have a couple citizens, Dave Holdaway and Guy Fugel, that sit on that committee with us. So I asked our architect, if we change our site today, what does that mean? And so here's what he emailed me. If the city elects to construct the public safety complex on a different site, the current floor plans, site design, and building massing that has been developed over the past 2 months would need to be significantly, if not entirely, redesigned. Both the fire station and the Justice Building are site-specific. The floor plans have been tailored to this specific site. So in essence, they're saying we have to start over, which at this point is just additional cost. I mean, he didn't give me a cost as to how much that would cost us, but yeah, he just, yeah.
How many meetings have you had? Roughly how long each meeting?
Oh, our meetings are every other Thursday. We meet generally for 2 hours. We try to keep it at 2 hours. Sometimes we creep a little bit over that. We just met last Thursday, and so if you just go back every other week for, I think our first meetings were at the end of March. So we're a little bit over 2 months as to all that is concerned. Once the building was passed, it's always been the assumption, the direction of our city council, that downtown's the site. So we've been designing to downtown. We had a meeting, and I want to say it was a couple months ago, where our architect came and we talked about the site and they showed us some things. And so he sent me a visual so I can show everybody what the impact is on the park. Just the seismic study is. This document that I have is not on the website.
God, it's not winter anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just the default guy, so whatever the default is.
We can take a motion and have you change it tonight if you like.
Okay, where's my photo? Give me just a second, and I'll get back to the photo. So at this point, that is the timeline. That's the past discussions that our city council has had. That's been the decision making as we've gone through this. One of the questions was asked, how much park space is going to be taking with these new buildings? And I will show you a photo. Okay, there it is.
Anybody had a Taco Amigo strawberry shake?
How about right now? Does anybody want to go get us some?
So that's something that my family waits for. I actually have 2 daughters that work there, so I've got an in.
Okay, so as we've talked about the site, this is kind of where we're at today. You can see that for the most part, this butts right up to where the park is. As we move a little bit south, this would be the police and courts building, this would be the fire station, these would be the fire bays. One of the things that's being considered, which will become a budget item, whether it stays or goes, is whether we can have a second entrance for our fire people to come in and access the fire bay. They'll be coming out on 2nd South here.
Scott?
Yeah.
So is that currently where there's a walkway right now in between the buildings?
Yes, part of it, but part of it is a little bit into the park. So here's the old seminary building. This is half of it.
Okay.
So if the old seminary building is taken down, then we're going to gain a little bit of green space here, but we're giving up some here and here. As far as we look at it, we feel that's minimal in nature in order to meet what we're trying to do. We do have an old restroom here that we're hoping we can accommodate restroom facility in the new building. Again, that's going to be a budget item, whether we're going to be able to get that one done or not, but that's the intent. If we can get a new restroom facility that's a part of this building, then we'll tear down the old one, which, I mean, it's not a huge footprint, but that would create a little bit more green space. So that's, that's where we're at today. If the city council comes back and says we want to lose this to preserve a little bit more of the green space, then the city council can give us this direction. As the owners committee and the architect have been working through this, this is where we're at as of when we met last Thursday. So still slightly fluid as far as that's concerned, but that's getting pretty close to, I think, how we're going to end up as far as that.
So in the flyer, it says along with most of the downtown park, as we can look at this, that is not going to happen.
Well, so I'm not sure what the flyer says, but if the flyer is representing that most of the downtown park is going to be taken with the new facility, I would say this is how much of the downtown park is going to be taken. And then a little bit gained there and potentially a little bit gained here with the old building. Part of the reason they have to encroach back into the park is setbacks here to First East. And really, there's a pole right here that as they come out of the bays, we have to make sure that they're not going to run into that pole. So that's kind of what's dictated moving that slightly to the west. Is there any questions for the city council, from the city council?
I've got a few, Scott.
Yeah.
Based on questions I've been getting from the public, I've gotten a number of calls this weekend and the last couple of days. And one thing people were wondering is what the... Sorry, speaking to this microphone, maybe it's not working well.
It's
good.
working.
It is now.
Let's get right up close to it. A lot of people have been asking me what the procedural steps are that remain. Is there going to be a vote to declare certain buildings surplus at some point? Do we do surplusing of real property? What steps remain before this becomes a final decision?
Well, I'm not sure about the surplusing of the property. I don't know if we've had that discussion.
Tina, can I?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead,
But
Tina.
we would only surplus the property if we were going to divest ourselves of it. If we're still going to use it, we wouldn't surplus it.
Well, surplusing the real property that will be demolished if some is demolished. Doesn't need to be surplused.
No.
It's a matter of state law.
No, because we're still using it.
Well, we're not using the building themselves, and the buildings are real property with value.
No. Yeah, I mean, if we're going to sell the bricks or something, I would advise that we do that because we're divesting ourselves of the material. If we're going to sell off the debris or something, if somebody's going to make money off of clearing the debris, I would also suggest surplusing the buildings. But if we're just demolishing them and removing them and not making somebody else profit by the debris, then I wouldn't suggest that we would need to do that.
And how about a vote? So at some point we'll have finalized architectural plans, and then they'll present that to this body, and there will be a vote that will be publicly noticed. That's the question broadly, is what are all the remaining steps? Surplusing was one possibility. What other possible steps are there that remain?
Generally speaking, I mean, so far as we've been operating with the general contractor and with the architect, we're having the discussions to get this all set up, really at the recommendation of the owners committee back to the city council. Eventually, it will get back in front of you to say, okay, we're okay with this floor plan, we're okay with this site plan. In my mind, there's just a couple trigger points where our council needs to keep direction on where we're at. So that's one of them. One of them would also be what they're going to look like. I think when we start talking about facades and those types of things, we'll bring that back to the council. Right now, we're at floor plans and site plan, and they're not done at this point. So, no, I think there would be appropriate for that committee to bring it back, recommend to the council that this is where we're at, and the council can give us a yes or no on, if you don't like the floor plan, go back and redo that, or if you don't like the site plan and maybe what's being proposed here. Again, this isn't even final within our committee. We're moving from floor plans and site plan concepts now to actually getting us something pretty solid, because we're trying to be in the ground by November 1st, and it's already going to be a tight schedule just to get to that. But
I have a question.
yeah,
On the 9.5 ballot language,
yeah.
did it specify a location?
No, we had to turn the ballot language in, I want to say in
Oh, that's
August. And so most of what happened after that was discussion after the ballot language had already been figured out.
But it did say pipe plant or downtown site location. It did give that was an option for both. Is that correct?
I don't remember what the ballot language said in regards to that.
I think.
I haven't double checked it, so.
Yeah.
I know it's been like 8 months.
Yeah.
But
To my recollection, I don't think it mentioned
A site.
a site or sites. I thought it was
I think it said
Did it?
either or.
Uh,
So
maybe, I don't know, Tina, if you still have
yeah.
that somewhere, we'll have her see if she can find that.
A couple other questions I've been getting a lot, Scott. We have a president of our Lions Club in the back of the room. I've been asked about this Lions Pavilion and whether architects have recommended anything with regards to that pavilion. And then I've gotten a lot of questions about the carnival related to Strawberry Days and what our intentions are in future years. So if you could speak to both those.
Yeah,
questions.
we have not talked about the pavilion. I mean, as far as our committees looked at, it's not part of the purview of what we're trying to do with the public safety. So there haven't been discussions on that. And then the carnival, obviously Second South is where we have some rides. And so I think part of the discussion is maybe we end up closing off some of Main Street and just moving those rides right over there. We'll probably have to keep all Second South open so that our public safety, if they need to head west, have an avenue to do that. So that's what we talked about.
There's First South too.
Potentially First South if we need to.
Or a combination of both.
Oh, yeah. I think we have options. The intent is to keep the carnival downtown for Strawberry Days. That's at least as far as discussions we've had so far.
Any other questions for Scott?
Okay.
We'll keep you close, Scott. Okay.
I'll be right over here.
Okay. All right, with that said, we will move into open session. I just want to, there are items on our agenda for public hearing. If you have, if you want to discuss items there, get up for that. We ask you to wait for that, to get up and to comment. For open session, you will have 3 minutes. We ask that you be kind and respectful of others, of their time. We will hold you to your 3 minutes and ask that, well, you'll only be able to get up once. So with that said, open session.
How about flipping on the lights?
Jacob Zons. So I was, there was an open meeting that happened recently that I attended. I tried to attend, but was denied access by a city council person.
Is this on private property? Or?
It was on private property. And so I just wanted to make that, the council aware of that.
Okay.
I believe there was at least a quorum present. Dan, did you want to speak to that at all? Whether there was a quorum present?
So another thing I'll make aware is, so when you address the council, you address this as a whole, and we'll take questions as you bring questions to our attention.
So before you go on, you can use my name out loud.
Diana.
Thank you, Jacob.
So
first of all, just before you go on, Tina, would you like to read the definition, or just explain a little bit the definition between an open meeting and a social gathering?
Well, sorry, I was busy looking something up.
Sorry, the bond language.
Yeah, I was looking up for the bond language. So if the question is the difference between an open meeting is obviously something that's organized and conducted
in an official capacity. It's not a private gathering of any sort that officials
Oh,
might be attending.
So, sorry,
So
continue.
a question to the whole council, who was there?
We'll take your question, Jacob, and
Okay,
then we'll
thank
move
you.
on.
So just for a bit of instruction for the last 2 minutes, I have a document from the Utah League of Cities and Towns. We spend $25,000 a year to be a member of them. We spend $250,000 a year with our employees training them. So I figured this was a good source. It is clear from the statement of policy that all meetings of official bodies of cities and towns, with very limited exceptions, are to be open to the public. It is not just having the meeting open to the public that is the policy of the state of Utah. It is also that deliberations be conducted openly. If you keep these two policies in mind, it is easy to comply with the Open and Public Meetings Act. For purposes of the Act, it is first necessary to understand what a meeting is. The Act defines a meeting as a convening of a public body when a quorum is present. And it goes on later to discuss what a quorum is. It's you have to have at least 3 members of this size body present. Meetings include workshops, executive sessions, and it does not matter if the meeting is held in person or by means of electronic communication. Convening is also defined to mean any meeting called by a person authorized to do so for the purpose of either discussing or acting upon a matter. This is important. Convening purpose of either discussing or acting upon a matter, on a subject matter over which the body has jurisdiction or advisory power. So if you're discussing a matter that this body has jurisdiction over, then it would be, that's part of the requirements of being an open meeting. These very broad definitions are intended to include almost all gatherings of the city council or other committees of a municipality. The exceptions to what a meeting is are very narrow. They include a chance meeting, which this was not a chance meeting. There was an invitation sent out to members of the council, and they came.
So Jacob, if you have any more, you can email them to us.
I'm going to continue.
Jacob?
A social meeting,
Jacob?
a convening of a public body that has both legislative and executive responsibilities. Actually, Chris, would you read the rest of this for me?
No. Jacob, your time's up if he'd like to get up.
Orion, thank you.
Lori Williams, Pleasant Grove. The intent of this is to include all committees, commissions, or other groups that may be carrying out anything that looks like the public's business if they are supported by public funds. It is important to remember, however, that a quorum of the body is necessary for it to be a meeting subject to the Act. For example, any 2 council members of a 3rd, 4th, and 5th class city could get together to discuss any matters without it being a meeting, but 3 council members could not get together to discuss a public matter without it constituting a meeting. It is now clear in the law that in cities operating under 6-member council form of government that 2 council members and the mayor do not constitute a quorum. If a mayor is meeting with only 2 of his council members for purposes of avoiding the public scrutiny, it will appear to the press and public that at the very least he or she is violating the spirit of the open meetings and this should be avoided. All meetings are to be open to the public with limited exceptions. In addition, any special meetings such as a workshop or executive session that is held the same day as a regular meeting of the city or town must be held at the same location where the regularly scheduled meeting is being held. The purpose of this is to keep the city council from holding work meeting at a place like the mayor's home or a cafe prior to the regularly scheduled council meeting. Did you want, I think Jacob would like to have his
No, well.
question. I'd like to have the question
you have the
answered.
question.
What council members all attended this meeting?
So again, we'll reference that, take that as a question, and I'd ask if people, if they'd like to see this, they can go to Utah Open and Public Meetings Act under the Utah Code, section 52-4-01, and if you'd like to see what an open meeting means, we as a council get together all the time for like Strawberry Days, other social gatherings. And if you'd like to reference that, you can see in section 52-4-103.
This was a planned meeting.
5B. So you can reference that.
I would love to speak to this, but
Okay.
I just wonder, would you like to read what it's not, what an open meeting is not? So just a second, because I can't wait to answer
So,
this. Okay.
Diana, before you, let's have Lori finish her time, and then we can come back to these questions.
Okay. One more thing, it says the act also gives the public the right to record any open meeting. This recording could include either audio recording or video or recording of the meeting. Did you hear that, Councilmember Lamone? I just wanted to make sure. You do not, however, have to let this recording interfere with the conduct of the meeting. So, anyways, that was a meeting that he was told that he could not be at, that he tried to attend. So, that's all.
Thank you.
All right, I would love, I was in the meeting.
So
I was invited. And it was, for those of you that are wondering, because I'm sure that all of you are wondering, like, what the heck is going on? There's an initiative on the ballot, and the initiative is Fund Roads First. They want to take $2.6 million out of the budget, our current budget, and put it towards roads out of the general fund, which will eliminate the pool, the rec center, the library. We're a very tightly run budget city. So there is a group that is fighting the initiative, and they sent out an invitation, and I went. I was sitting on the back row. I'm not on the agenda. I'm not speaking at the meeting. I was just present. I heard a commotion behind me. I went out, and Jacob was running up the stairs. There were a lot of people invited. There were 50 plus people at the meeting. And Jacob wanted in. Jacob was not invited. This was to fight. This was a group of people that are going to fight the initiative. So that's it. It was no one on council was on the agenda. I actually didn't get to go to the meeting because I spent the whole time out with Jacob in the parking lot.
Thank you, Diana. So
This was something that was.
we still have you're out of time, so we're still open session. So who'd like to come up next? Thank you, Lori.
I'd still like to see who all was at this meeting.
I've duly noted that. I think we have your email.
My name is Jerry Taylor from Pleasant Grove.
Welcome.
And I have written my remarks because I can write better than I can speak, so I didn't want to misspeak. So I come here as a passionate public and citizen. I am not representing the Historical Commission or any other group for or against tearing down the rec center. I have a history with the building, as did my parents who attended high school here. And I wanted to save this building as much as anyone else. But tonight I would like to share with those present what I call the Robert Redford debacle. Some things are inevitable, and fighting against those things or causes have consequences that can affect many, many people. Some of you may remember when there was a 2-lane highway through Provo Canyon. Can you even imagine what that would be like now? When the state proposed to widen the roads, which would mean cutting into the mountain, Robert Redford, with his clout and, may I say, his environmental extremism, was successful in stopping this much-needed improvement for a number of years. Because of this, the inevitable project cost millions more than it would have if Robert Redford had not done what he did. And I'm not going to say that he stuck his nose in it. The people of Pleasant Grove voted. We voiced our opinions on where we wanted the much-needed new fire and police station, and this city cannot afford to have a repeat of the debacle that happened in Provo Canyon. I want to preserve our historical structures as much as anyone here, but when something is inevitable, then we must accept it. The fire station will be built where the Orpheus Hall / gymnasium / rec center now stands, and part of that building will be preserved in the architecture of the new building. Is it what I wanted? No. Is it what I will accept? Yes. Let's support our city and not bring any more expense to this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Diane Moss, 391 East, 200 South. First of all, if the initiative passes and we spend $2.6 million for our roads, we will not lose our library. We will not lose our pool. We will not, Diana. That is not true. We need to get a council and a mayor that will help to trim the budgets so that we don't have to. There's a lot of money in our budget. There's a lot. And Nathan has found a lot of the money, but people won't sit down and listen to him. But he's found a lot. Have you listened to him?
Yeah.
And you don't agree?
No.
Well,
okay.
Again, you reference all of us as a council, and then we'll take your questions.
Right. Sorry, I didn't know we couldn't speak specifically to one council member. No, I didn't. Whoever said yes, you did. Okay, I don't care. That's fine. I did not know that. Anyway, so as far as the having the building here, I don't want it here. I don't want the old rec center torn down. Okay, I know that some people have that opinion, and that's fine, and my opinion's fine too. When they say that we're only going to lose half of our park, we're going to lose our rec center, which was for fairs and different things during our celebrations, dances, all kinds of things. The seminary building housed quilting, exhibitions, all kinds of fun things. And I don't know why we have to lose that. The concerts in the park were wonderful here. They're good there too, but they were wonderful here. So we're losing the whole block if we put the public safety building here. And our citizens committee, which our mayor said would be the deciding factor when they decided to do it, they decided to have people from both sides be on the committee, and he says that we will let the citizens decide. The citizens committee voted that we have the PBS at the pipe plant. Okay, so that yes, they did. 9-13, they voted for it at the pipe plant. Is that not true, council?
The official statement of the record from the
That's what I
PSB
heard.
committee was that they were to recommend both options to this body to decide from. The majority of the members of the Public Safety Building Committee in their individual capacity preferred the pipe plant as the superior location, but their official report didn't make a recommendation on that point, to my recollection.
Okay, but there was an unofficial vote, right?
There were a number
Most
of
of them
votes in their
felt like
meetings,
that would
yes.
be the best place to put it because of the cost
Scott, can you write that
and
down?
to preserve our history.
Write that down as a question.
Anyway, I just hate to see the history go. I'm an old timer, and there's so many memories here. There's so many people that hate to see that go, and people who aren't old timers and didn't grow up in that building and stuff probably could care less. They could probably care less, but a lot of us do care, and I don't think it's a done deal. I think we need to hear what the citizens have to say.
Thank you, Diane. Anyone else?
Well, my name is Donna Jolly, and I live on one of the worst roads in town,
Thank you.
as you all know. First, I want to mention we're having the 70th reunion for my sixth grade, and we were supposed to have it in old elementary school. Well, guess what? The old elementary school is gone, and a new one is built. And where I went to high school, that's mostly gone, where I went to high school, but it's been, new building has been rebuilt. I had some ideas, but I've had hip surgery and cataract surgery yesterday, so I wasn't almost going to come. Oh, thanks. Anyway, I hope I will still have time. I had an idea, and I don't know whether it's any good or not, but I drove by the new rec building, and I see all that land where the grass is, a nice, and I see the water going and all that wasted water when we're in a drought. And I thought, gee, that'd be a perfect place for the fire station.
long place just for the fire truck, that old fire truck. Wouldn't waste gas getting over there to exercise. They wouldn't waste gas going up to the high school where they had need EMT. I don't know. I thought it was a good idea. And I think that we should not get into any more debt. That's what worries me. If we build one building, move the city offices into the old rec building and let them be there until we get another bond paid off, and then build our nice big building here. And we won't, I don't have any sentimental things for the rec building because I know what happens. And I just think that we need to be careful, very careful, on we don't get into too much debt and we don't raise more taxes.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Cub Scouts.
Mark Ryan. I'm not here screaming and yelling anymore. I finally learned I do that.
Okay.
Wasn't even aware of it. We've started a process to communicate with the residents. We're going to continue. A lot of people don't like what you're doing. All of you, for years, have been trying to get this. Previous mayors have had several projects presented here to have it in the park, sell off the park, to have the city hall in the middle of this block, and then sell off the park area to put residential and commercial in. That was up here where the swimming pool was. There was a big meeting there where I was threatened with arrest because I was in such protest. And that project got stopped. The city's had their eyes on this block for a long time. They've been very small-minded about it. And I think the city needs to look elsewhere. Water Gardens, 10 acres, just came up for sale. Sold 3 years ago for $153,000. Perfect spot to put your city buildings, right by Mike's movie theater. Just came up for sale. I want you to create a full block city park. Take down this building, possibly, and this isn't the first time I've said this. This has been 13, 15 years I've been in a major protest with this city. Give us a full block city park with green space, save our historical buildings, and move your buildings elsewhere. That land over by Water Garden wouldn't cost very much. You could sell, I could get you over $200,000 an acre for that 10 acres there at the pipe plant. More than that. I could get you more than 200.
This is the Ivory, the IOC
yeah,
land?
That's for sale now. Perfect spot for City Hall, right there facing State Street. Great location, good exposure. Let us have our block. We're not going to stop. We're still going to be coming back. You have no idea, and I've invited you all to go and talk to people. Most of the residents in this town don't want this to happen. They know you're going to get your building, but they don't want it to be in this block. They want our history, the look of our history preserved. It's easy to bulldoze down historic buildings, but it's better to keep them up just so we can remember what our pasts were about. And there's great experiences happened here. And you're going to put a modern building here, or new building here, and the residents don't want these buildings coming down. There's got to be something else you can do to satisfy the residents. You are possibly going to be a mayor, but you possibly won't be. And you've done damage. All of you have done damage to the hearts of the community. All of you have. And you're all firm what you're doing. But I think you ought to change what you're doing because the residents care about these buildings and you don't care about them. Another thing too, Daniel, I want him to replace Ken Young. For the first time in years, you have a massively quality person in here that speaks well with contractors and developers, follows up at all times. He's the guy that should take Ken Young's spot, just to let you know.
Thanks, Mark.
Mm-hmm.
Greg Brooks, Scratch Gravel. I just wanted to say a lot of us support the city council and appreciate everything that goes on in the city council and the people who work for the city. I just wanted to briefly publicly thank Dave Thomas and Mike Smith. I've said it on Facebook, but I want to say it again. What a wonderful fire department, police department we have. I've got a daughter that has many health issues, and she couldn't maintain her oxygen. And somehow the fire department was able to cross our streets and make it to our doctor's office within a couple minutes and had to put her on 10 liters of oxygen, and she was transported to Primary Children's Hospital. And I thanked them on Facebook, and I thanked them via an email, but I also wanted to say it here in City Council and say what a wonderful job our City Council is doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Frank Mills, 466 East First South. I was on the city council when we purchased this property. And so I wanted to answer a few questions that were brought up by...
I don't go that far back.
First of all, when this old junior high school property here was put up for sale, we bought it as a city council to try and preserve our park property down here. The land that the old rec center sits on, the parking lot out here, this building, the idea was to preserve this, to have it as park property. Now, Sunday morning when I got up, I found a note stuck on my, the one you showed there, stuck on our garage door. I took it in and read it. Contrary to some of the stuff that Scott said tonight, I find a lot of it, most of it, all of it that I could look at to be true. And this is where I think we're having, where we've got to get this thing straight, or it's going to be a long, hot summer. Not only let election, but this. But that night, I get a thing on Facebook telling me that the stuff in here is wrong. And so I look at this thing on Facebook and I see stuff there wrong. I'm looking at both sides of it and seeing both of them wrong. Part of the problem, my wife and I had a meeting. I appreciate Councilman Anderson came up and met with us and asked for our opinion on where we thought that the fire station and public safety building ought to go. I told her, it doesn't matter. And Diana will tell you this. I told her, it doesn't matter. You've got your mind made up anyway. It doesn't matter what we say, and we went into quite the discussion. And then she told me reasons why she felt like it ought to come down here. And as was stated, Councilmember Lamone put in her Facebook that it's part of its response time and and we own the property. Well, that's true, but we also own the property at the pipe plant. And I will tell you this, if I'm having a heart attack in the water gardens, and if they've got to respond from here or for down at the other side, if it was down there, they'd get to me quicker there. So the response time thing, I realize there's all different things taken into that. But so we're getting confused. We're getting, we're getting mixed messages on, give us what the facts are so that we can live with it. The other question that I had, and it came up on the picture, if that driveway goes in around the side here on the park, located just off the end of the old rec center, and between this building and the rec center is the old baptismal font. Now, Mildred Such will come back and get you if you start to dig that out without preserving that. And I don't know that has been, I don't know that that's been taken into consideration. Can I use a minute of my wife's time?
Is she nodding?
I'm seeing her nod. Frank more time.
Okay. The other question, the other thing I have, the decision as far as I'm concerned has been made. But there was a comment made, and Scott made a very astute comment that if you're going to start, you want to get started in November and you're up against it. In this state, and I brought this up a year and a half ago about the Battle Creek Park, when you take away open space, which the park is, and which this land here, when we say we're not using much of it, you're taking quite a bit of the open space here. When that goes, there are certain processes that the council has to go through to get rid of it. And part of that is to go through the public hearing process, advertising and all of that. And I don't want to have, because somebody's mad that it's going one place or the other, have them come in and then have the city find out, uh-oh, we missed that step. We should have had that public hearing. And I think if you'll research that, you're going to find that because it is open space or open land, parklands, you need to go through that process. And let's not force a longer delay on it.
Thanks, Frank.
Have we had the required public hearings? for this site, the
So-
location?
So
I've written
my
it, yeah.
understanding is we're not divesting ourselves or getting rid of
I know.
the park.
Right.
So I'm not sure what
But
other
we've
open
had,
space.
but when we were deciding on the location, we had
Yeah,
we
we did
had
have
this
a public
the
hearing.
public hearings. Okay.
So Tina, I've written some of these down, and
I'll address
we'll answer.
them.
We'll address them.
Let me do some research.
Sorry, Frank. We.
Research that needs to be done on
Yep.
that is not, is open land, you're giving, you're vesting yourself.
So I have that down. Jacob, if you please sit down. I've asked people to only get up once. I ask you to respect that and respect the meeting. Jacob, please. We have someone waiting to talk.
You
Lori
refuse
took
to
part of
allow
your-
me. You will
Lori-
refuse to allow me to talk,
Jacob,
for an extra minute,
I-
and yet
I
you
really don't wanna get into
allow
this.
an elected official
Lori
who
continued
served
your-
well.
yeah.
Thank you very much. To
Jacob?
continue to speak, and he spoke from his chair to you,
Jacob?
and you didn't say a word.
I'll ask you one more time. Thank you. Okay. Go ahead. Jacob, please.
So, my name is Lillian Halls, and I live at 23 North Clayton Court in Pleasant Grove in the Cambria complex. And I was just advised by another resident that this was the time for me to speak about the training room. I've been on the HOA board for a whole 2 months, and it's my first experience on a
Actually-
board, and this is my first town council.
Lillian, if we can have you stop right there. I
Yes.
think, is it a public
It
hearing?
is
on the-
public hearing later on in the
It
meeting.
is, so we do have a
specific
public
to that
hearing for
issue.
your item.
Okay.
So-
Is that
He'll let you know.
I'll let you know. I'll say, Lillian, it's your time
There'll
to
be
get
another
up.
opportunity.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll hear from you again. All right, anybody else for open session?
Hi, my name is Christy Belt. I'm pretty disappointed in behaviors that go on sometimes. I want to clear up the question about the vote for the PSB. I was one of the members of the PSB committee. The 9-13 vote, there were not 22 people on our committee. We were allowed to vote twice, which I did because the pipe plant would be a wonderful location for the fire station. And it has great response times, and it has great everything. And the downtown site is a wonderful location for the fire station, and it has great response times and great everything. So I think that that's kind of messing up people saying that the city council isn't following what the committee recommended, because that's not true. Everything that Scott said concerning the PSB committee is true as to my recollection. So I just wanted to maybe put that out there and hope that we can get some of the fires off the burner. Concerning that, the second thing that I'm a little disappointed in is the vehemence of the city council in fighting the initiative. Not that I'm for the initiative or against the initiative, but I would hope to see some neutrality and some opening ears. And to put it back, I haven't talked to anyone on the city council in a few months. I've been really sick, and I haven't spoken to anyone. So I don't know, maybe they have, maybe they haven't. So it's probably unfair of me to say that. But it was disappointing for me to hear that the city council was at a meeting to oppose a citizens initiative, but not that that's illegal. Okay, thanks.
Christie.
Hello, Lance Peacock. I live next door to Mrs. Jolly, and I can attest she does live on the worst road in the city.
One of the.
The road in front of my house and her house is the worst road. Just in reference to the historic buildings, I, like a lot of people, hate to see us lose our heritage, but it softens it for me knowing that the public safety is going to get a new building in a place that the professionals, the fire department, the police department have decided is the best spot for them. Although I appreciate that citizens have a voice and can offer their recommendations, ultimately we need to leave that up to the professionals. And chat about the budget, or is that later?
You have 2 minutes.
No, the budget public
Do we have?
hearing is later.
Put up, yeah, separate.
So yeah, you can come back up on the
Oh,
budget.
later then.
Yeah. Okay.
Michael Erickson. I live on 300 East, and I am the janitor for these 3 buildings, and I would just like to give a couple of remarks about the quality I've seen. In concerns of the old rec center, there's a cockroach problem, and it's kind of bad.
A lot of people probably don't want to hear this, do they?
We have cockroaches in Utah.
And I just want to make it a concern about it. And walking through those buildings every week, the old rec center is deteriorating and the walls are coming apart. I would love to see it stayed and preserve its history. I remember my grandma telling me stories about her times coming to high school in these buildings. And I would love to see this building stayed, but if it's out of our budget, then I don't know if we can preserve it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, Mike, thanks for your service to our city, too, by the way.
He does a great job, by the way.
Blake Bueller. And on the picture that was shown on the map over here, that great big driveway where the fire engines come out, go right into my driveway. And so I'm not going to say anything different tonight than I did back in October. 3 or 4 things. First of all, I would just as soon stay and let them leave on the same road they leave now, which is 100 East, because there really isn't any residential people over there. If you get away from the corner, that it's going to bother. So that would be my preference, so that I could care less that it's there. I don't mind the noise of the sirens and everything. We've come accustomed to it. It's okay. I just assume that they don't come out and look like they're going to drive right into our driveway. So that's point 1. Point 2, I come from a little city called Highland, just to the north of you here. And they started messing up with the traditions of the city many years ago. It took them about 15 or 20 years, and now their Highland days, I don't even go back to anymore. There's not anything for me to go back to. There is no traditions that they do now that used to happen. City councils kept picking away and picking away and picking away, and before too long, all it has become is a place for people to sell their wares. That is about all that happens anymore. So that's point 2. Point 3, this city council may not do it, but if you build all these buildings here, right next to this park, when you need a new facility, where do you think you're going to build it? Well, it would make sense to start taking and picking away at the park and put the buildings right here where everything else is. Somewhere along the line, I will guarantee you that that is about what will happen. That's point 3. Point 4 is, I love this city. I've only been here a couple of years. I love the carnival. I can't hardly wait to see that big ride right out in front of our house, and I would hate to see that change. Keep your traditions. Keep this city together. Create something so that people can come back to it and enjoy it. Don't erode it. And that's about all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thanks, Blake.
Jeremy Hall, Pleasant Grove. Do we still give our address?
You don't have to. No.
I actually don't have a lot of points to say. Just want to offer my support to the council. I appreciate all that you do. I think there's a lot of citizens that don't attend these meetings, that may watch online, may not at all, but they voted our council members in to represent us, and they expect that things are getting done, and they're probably just expecting they are being done. And I've been one of those citizens for a long time. I'm getting more involved lately, and I appreciate the efforts that are being made by the council. I support the decisions that have been made. I support the measured and educated approach that's been taken, and I think these are not taken lightly. I think going back and re-questioning these is kind of a waste of time, but if it's in people's interest, then that's what these open forums are for. But I do think that decision's been made. We should be looking forward and continuing in the momentum that's been built in trying to perhaps correct some decisions that were made in the past with our city and move in a very positive way. So thank you.
I know we want to applause, but if we could keep that to a minimum.
How's that?
Anyone else for open session?
I'm Tina Morley. This is the first time for me, and I'm glad I'm here. About 9 years ago, my husband and I returned from an LDS mission from Brazil. We had sold our home in Springville, so we had to find a new home. And our son and daughter-in-law lived up on 350 East, right up here. We were staying with them and looked at many homes, and my husband's business was in American Fork. One of the things that we were so thrilled about in coming back home was that we did not have to worry about the roads that we dealt with in Brazil. And let me tell you, it was a ride every time we went on the bus. And so sad to drive up here and see the roads. So I am for one to let's get this done. My intersection is horrible. We live on 633 South, 1250 East. And our intersection has so many deep holes that, we have had to fix the suspensions on our cars. So I'm just saying whatever we have to do, let's do it and let's get these roads done. And I will be the biggest cheerleader in getting that done. I also have 2 paramedic firemen of my children. And both of them, and I sent an email today to the councilman letting them know that I was really very saddened to see that Pleasant Grove citizens took so long to get a new fire station approved. My husband and I lived in Springville, and when that came up on the ballot, there was no question. That was done the very first year that it was put on the ballot. And those buildings are beautiful. Yes, it took down some very old, ugly buildings, but, and I said today in my email, I am for keeping these buildings if they can be fixed, but because I love old buildings and I love old houses. My sons both would say they would never work in Pleasant Grove because of the conditions here in this fire department. So I am grateful that the citizens of Pleasant Grove finally passed this. And again, I will cheer the council members on to get this done as quickly as possible. Let's find that site. And again, I'll be another cheerleader. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Todd Williams. I'm going to watch that time real close. I moved to Pleasant Grove about 9 years ago. And when I bought the house that I currently live in, a lot of the friends that I worked with, they said, "Oh, you don't want to live in Pleasant Grove." I was shocked and kind of dismayed, and I thought, you know what, I need to do a little research. So I found land values around the area and looked into the homes, bought a nice home, and love Pleasant Grove. I've been here 9 years. Over the course of the last couple of years, I've gotten to know a couple of the city council members, so I thank you for your service. First of all, that's a tough job, and I thank you for all that you do. As I've sat here, kind of in the corner, I've listened to the left side and the right side, or the rough side or the right side. I don't care which one you're on, right? But I feel a division that's unhealthy and not right. And, you know, I've got opinions, my wife's got opinions, but by darn it, we're going to spend eternity with each other. And we work together. And we talk through things and we work things, and I give and she gives, and we work things out so that it's the right thing. Now, tomorrow, I'm going to file paperwork with the city to run as a city council member. And I believe that my experience in the business world, that is economic development, prudent spending, helps. I've been in that business for 25, 30 years, and believe that we can run an effective city council that will add economic value, as I've seen over the course of the last 9 years, as I've seen Highland and Lehigh and Linden, they're driving economic base through their taxes. I believe, absolutely believe, that we can have enough money if we get an economic tax base in, that it's not funded by our taxes. It's funded by commercial business. So with that, again, my name's Todd Williams. Thank you for your service. It's great to live in Pleasant Grove and hope to be here for a long time. Thank you.
Todd, Kathy will have a care package for you to pick up too tomorrow, along with that. Anyone else for open session? Lori?
Hi, my name is Laurie Jonas, and I've been listening to everyone, and it kind of reminded me of when my father served on city council in Massachusetts, and I remember this experience where they built this big new hotel, and there was a ferry that used to drive by the river, and there was no fence. And kids would go over there all the time, and I'd say, you know, Dad, this is terrible. Someone's going to fall in. And he said, if you're going to do it, you're going to do it right. And he took me to city council at 7 years old. And I stood up there and I said, we need a fence. And they looked at me like, oh, she's so cute, you know, oh, nice. But they were afraid of change. And they didn't put the fence up. And this lady's 4-year-old boy crawled out of the carriage, walked over, fell in, and died. And I have to tell you that change is necessary when it comes to people being hurt. If we don't rebuild this and then we have an earthquake and people die, I wouldn't be able to live with that. Change is necessary. I'm huge on that. I am for change. A lot of times when change doesn't happen, things stay still. And I'm not wanting Pleasant Grove to stay still. We need to grow. And that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Lori. Anyone else? Welcome, Nathan.
Thank you. My name is Nathan Stoker. I am one of the sponsors for the initiative, and I'm also running for City Council. I do have tremendous respect for you guys. I have tremendous respect for both our fire department, our police department, and the amazing job that they do. I do care for these things a lot. I care for our libraries. As a young kid, going to the library was a great thing. It is an amazing thing. These are amazing resources to help people out. The parks as well. I take my kids to the park all the time. We try to do as much as we can to help out. There's a lot of things, people that are coming up and being mad about what's going on with the initiative, and I understand that. And I can understand why there's a lot of upset about the wording of it and the phrasing of it and a lot of the hands tying. So my plea is back to you guys, is to let's come together. The best way to destroy an enemy is to make them your friend. Let us work together. There's amazing opportunities we can that fulfill all of these needs, and we can come together and we can do something great for this community. We can show that reach out. It doesn't have to be a ballot box battle this year. We can make this something that we achieve before then and can present something to the citizens that's equally beneficial to everybody. And that's all my plea is befriend me. Let's destroy the enemies. Let's become friends. And let's find a way to do this in a respectful way. I'm very sorry for the discord that it's caused. I did not mean that at all. I respect everything you do and the decisions you have to make and the burden that's on you. I really do. I think we can do a lot together. I think we can do a lot with the input from the citizens. And I think we just need to reach out and to drop our preconceived ideas about why people are doing things. And because we're all in this for the good of the community and we all have similar goals. All we have to do is work together and we can do this. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
Since there's still about a minute, Nathan, I actually asked a couple of months ago in a public meeting if the signers of the initiative would be willing to come to the table and avoid putting this on the ballot to further divide our community and work together to find a solution. And I asked that several times in that meeting and nothing materialized. So I will ask it again. would you be willing to come to the table as a sign on the initiative and remove this from the ballot and work together on a solution and a compromise to avoid dividing our community? Because if it is on the ballot, that's what it will do, in my opinion. Would you be willing to do that?
At this point, I don't know what power I have to remove it from the ballot, but I would more than love to sit down with you and discuss options and to even come up with a proposal that shows what the city's got and ways that we can say that we're going to be doing it. We're going to be funding roads. So it doesn't matter if the initiative passes or not because roads are going to be funded.
It actually does matter because it's going to take away from other services to fund those roads. Tina, is it too late to take it off the ballot?
Yes,
It is too late.
I've checked with the Lieutenant Governor's office, and once they obtained the necessary signatures and they were certified, it's no longer up to the sponsors even. Now it's something that the citizens have asked for, and it has to be on the ballot.
And unfortunately, it's a moot point.
And I know, and I reached back out to you before when we were having meetings to discuss some of the options and stuff before we even gathered signatures. I reached back out to you again to try all of the council. I reached back out to them, except for Lynn. I'm sorry. My wife was still going through school, so I didn't have a lot of time to come out and meet you. But I didn't. I mean, if I could have gotten one of you, I knew that I could have. Lynn would have probably been easier to sell on it. I'm still open to ideas. I'm still.
You okay with that, Lynn?
Lynn cares about the public.
I heard.
I know. I think you would see that if you had backing, that it wouldn't be as objective to come forth on. So I'm still open. I think that if you have sponsors of the initiative also going out and saying that we support the council, because I do support the council. I support the amazing efforts that you're making currently to go through the budget. I'm very impressed with the fact that we've got more revenue than any other time coming in from our general funds toward the roads. I appreciate every bit of that. I do, and I understand what a sacrifice it is for our city to go without some of those things, the needs that we have. There are amazing needs that the police officers still have. And I think there are ways to provide for some of those needs and still provide for roads if we can work together. And that's what I'm asking for.
Thanks, Nathan.
Appreciate your call for unity, Nathan. Thanks.
Anyone else for open session?
I really don't like doing this. Sandy Carter. 3 minutes goes by way too fast. If you could make it 5, it'd be perfect.
Jacob, I probably agree.
I want to say that I hear a lot of assumptions being spoken out loud tonight. I think there are many on both sides. My own personal circle of friends, people in my neighborhood, people in the city that I know personally are against the initiative because of the repercussions, the consequences that'll happen. I think what I feel, I forgot who was up here before, sorry, and felt disappointment. Christy. I find it disappointing that I've been here for 7 years now in Pleasant Grove. I've gotten to know pretty much all the city council people, the mayor, and the previous one. And I have never seen a group of people who have been so malicious in their intent to attack people's integrity. I have yet to see any proof that there has been anything that is misappropriated, that there has been waste in excess. Is that saying that there isn't a possible way to trim the budget? I don't know. I know it's a very tight budget. I work with the police department half of the last 5 years. We've raised somewhere in the ballpark figure $75,000 to $100,000 to supply them with basic equipment that they cannot afford in their budget. Their budget has not changed since either 2008 or 2009. And that makes me feel sick. I have family in the military, and now I have a whole family that are law enforcement everywhere I go, not just here. It's appalling to me that it has to take a nonprofit organization to raise that kind of money so they can have the basic needs. Even working radios. They had radios that were falling apart. They would be out on a call, their batteries would go dead. They weren't even functioning. They don't even have the equipment they need to protect themselves. I don't know about you. I went on one ride along, and I was scared to death. They pulled over 4 people. I was trying to crawl underneath the dash, thinking, where can I hide? So I don't know where the excess is, but what I think should happen is, like Nathan said, sit down, go over the budget. You guys, for the last several years, you've approved the budget. You should know what's in there, every single one of you. And if there's waste, then you should be looking for it. If there's not, look for trimming. But don't assume that people are being wasteful. That's making an assumption that it's not fair. You're questioning people's integrity and you're slandering them. I love this city. It's not perfect. Last time I checked, there wasn't one perfect human being on this earth. So I'd say everybody needs to get together, quit being mean and vicious, work together, look at the budget. Everybody go get the budget, study it, figure it out. And if you can't trim, you can't trim. Then it is what it is. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandy. I'll ask one more time, anyone else for open session? Okay, with that said, we will close open session.
Can we bring it up here for just a second?
Yes, we can bring it up here. Before we move to item what, 9A, Councilwoman Sid Lamont.
Well, I think it's important for those of you who have come tonight specifically for the rec center item, and it's unfortunate that Mr. Ryan left because he doesn't get to hear the following discussion after the flyer that went out. But I wanted to share my thoughts because, like I said, some of you are here tonight in regards to that issue. So I don't know if I'm considered an old timer, but this is my hometown. I've lived here for 38 years in October. I don't know what constitutes, maybe I'm an old timer, I don't know. But I did grow up in the rec center. I roller skating, basketball, junior jazz, boutiques. I've been to every one, Big Buns. That may or may not be apparent, I don't know. I love the rec center. But what I'm basing my decision off of is safety. And according to the 2015 Bones and Collins study, that building is not safe structurally, architecturally, seismically, and it's not up to code. It is not ADA accessible. We're opening ourselves up for a lawsuit. We're opening ourselves up to a dangerous situation. And it's not just the earthquake that's in that report. It's one thing they reference specifically that concerns me is snow load. They said specifically the snow load on that building with the heavy plastering on the ceiling is an accident waiting to happen. And I'm not willing to take that chance as a council person. So for that reason, in addition to, I do believe that is the best location for the public safety buildings, I will continue my vote to keep the facilities downtown, the public safety building. And I have also voted to not encroach in the park, and I'm adamant about that. So Mr. Bueller, I agree with traditions. Everything I've done in Pleasant Grove my entire life, I honor that tradition. In fact, every Sunday night on a community Facebook page, I honor a portion of our tradition and hopefully inform others about what's going on in the city because I would like them to honor it as well. And remember it. If we want to remember it, we have to keep it fresh in people's minds. So for me, it's safety. And I go off the facts, and the facts are, according to that report, it is not a safe building. Neither is the fire station, the Beck Home, nor the LDS Seminary building. And I just want to make my stance clear because I think some may think up here we don't honor the tradition, we don't appreciate our heritage. It's anything but that for me because I did grow up in that building and still have a lot of memories there. But there are other ways we can memorialize a building without letting it fall into such a dilapidated state. And there's other ways we can keep our community safe without keeping a building of that condition in our city. As far as I just want to quickly address the initiative. I will not stay neutral on a subject like that. I will take a stand and I will make sure everyone knows where I stand, and I am against the initiative. I feel that there is a better way to fund roads. And I apologize, Christy, if I have not made that clear, and because I know I haven't gotten a chance to speak to you in the past couple months. But I will fight for what I believe in our community, and I will make sure everybody knows where I stand on an issue as important as that. I am in favor of fixing our roads, but not for cutting our services, so I am against the initiative.
Thank you. So, here we go. We're moving on to item 9A, public hearing. And Lillian, we're getting close, so we're just a few away from your item here. Public hearing, item 9A, to consider for adoption an ordinance 2017-30 to amend the city code by adding section 10-15-48 mobile food trucks, providing land use provisions that regulate the establishment of food trucks within city boundaries. And then it goes on and says, Lori Jonas' request includes elimination of a temporary stay aspect of the food truck and allowing food trucks to stay permanent in one location and providing for effective date. Daniel, nice tie.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Stanley, will you please help me out with the computer part?
That's what I thought. Maybe not.
Daniel, you need to push, I think, button 1 that says computer. There you go. There, you're there now. I just need to pull up the presentation. You have to, it's serving as a second screen. You have to drag it over and put it on the screen.
So Scott, these next two items, 9A and 9B, are hitched, basically, right?
Oh, they're two
Or not?
separate issues.
Yeah. Okay.
One is a land use issue. The other is in regards to business licensing.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council. This item is for the creation of a new ordinance regarding the establishment of food trucks. Pleasant Grove, at this point, we don't have we're lacking in a specific ordinance for the establishment of food trucks here in our city. We had a food truck Tuesday, and we enjoyed some great food from them. They were regulated under the transient, merchant, and street vendors part of the ordinance. So staff start working on creating ordinance for just specific for food trucks. Food trucks is a different animal. It's a popular, pretty different animal. So then staff start creating ordinance or working on the creation of a food truck ordinance. Around that time, Lori Jonas, she came to and approached the staff, and we start working together on coming to on drafting some ordinance. So during the process of writing the new ordinance, we realized that we have so many similarities in what we were looking or vision for food trucks was, but there were also some incompatibilities, if I might say that. So as we were drafting the ordinance, we were stopped because around that time, state was also working on a bill that would stop the issuance of a business license or stop the requirement of a food truck to get a business license in every jurisdiction where they will travel. That was quite difficult, I imagine, for food trucks. So the state got together and they passed this bill to say, hey, if you get a business license in anywhere in the state of Utah and you comply with all the requirements for that and you get your business license, you don't have to obtain another one in Ogden. And maybe Tina may talk a little bit more about this, but that's pretty much what the law or the bill that was passed said. During that process, though, they were pretty clear, and I'm going to read that from the staff report. In the text or in the bill that was passed from state, there's a portion of it that says nothing in this subsection prevents a political subdivision from enforcing the political subdivision's land use regulations, zoning, and other ordinances in relation to the operation of a food truck. So that kind of like gave me the way to go, well, let's go ahead and start creating some land use regulations. Like I was mentioned before, staff came with their own version of the ordinance, and then the applicant, because we didn't agree on certain issues and certain points of the ordinance, the applicant came also with their own version of the ordinance. So in the staff report, you guys have two different versions of the ordinance. So the way ordinance is drafted, and I'm pretty sure you guys know more about me, more than me about this, but the way ordinance is drafted is we look around different cities, see if certain provisions of the ordinance have been successful in different jurisdictions. Then we work with them, we read as many ordinances as possible, staff does that, and then we adapt them to our city. We don't adopt them, but we adapt them. We see what our needs are, what the vision of for the city is, and then I start working on them, massaging that a little bit, and then we come out with a version of the ordinance. So that's how it is. Ordinances were reviewed, Provo, Orem, I left my paper right there. I wrote the rest of them. If you give me 1 second, I may grab it. So I won't make. Sorry about that. So I talked to the city planner from London.
Say,
You know, there's not one meeting when I don't make a mistake like that one. I talked to the city planner from Linden, Hugh Van Wagenent. I talked also to the city planner from American Fork, Adam Olsen. To Spanish Fork, I talked to Dave Anderson, and also to the lady who gives the business license. I talked to Mike West, city planner from Lehigh, Provo, and Orem as well. So I reviewed all this, and I saw a part of the ordinance that they were pretty similar, most of them. The way they were writing ordinance for food trucks, specific for food trucks, is that they think, and also staff thinks, the food trucks are transient in nature. Okay, so here's what the staff and we should thrive in our similarities. However, in this case, I'm going to point out a little bit of the discrepancies between the staff version and the applicant's version. So that's a little bit the differences. So that's the staff version, by the way. Mobile food businesses are allowed to vend on private property in non-residential zones with prior consent from the private property owner, but obtaining a property owner's affidavit. Pretty clear. All business activity related to mobile food businesses shall be of transient nature. The duration of the business activity shall not extend for more than 12 hours within a 24-hour period at any one location, nor 4 consecutive days within a 7-day period in the same location on either public or private property. So, as I was reviewing other ordinances, I realized that 70% of them have a regulation of only 3 days. So when I talk to them, they say, well, we usually, if the business are open 6 days of the week, some of them on Sunday, but most of them just 6 days of the week, so we go with 50% of the days. So in the effort of trying business friendly, I went up 1 more day, so to 4 days, allowing for a food truck to be in one specific place 4 days in a row, but no more than that. So that's what I'm proposing, what staff is proposing. In the case that the food truck operator requests to be permanently established on a site, the applicant shall comply with the requirements of a brick-and-mortar restaurant, including the installation of improvements to the site and landscape. And that also includes the compliance with the building code requirements for power and other utilities that might be used. All vehicles must be removed from the public right-of-way at the close of each business day. So that's what staff is proposing. This is what the applicant is proposing. All business activity related to mobile food businesses shall be either of a transient nature or under ownership or lease agreement for a specific location in a non-residential zone. If temporary in nature, and pretty much well, I'm not ready. If temporary in nature, the duration of business activity shall not extend more than 12 hours within a 24 period at one location, nor 4 consecutive days within a 7-day period in the same public place. Public property. If under ownership or lease of private property, the mobile food business may be at the same location every day and overnight, but must return to its commissary at least once every 24 hours for fresh water and other supplies. Now, let's just be clear that that's not the requirement to go back to the commissary. It's not a requirement it's not a land use requirement, but that's a requirement from the health department. Every food truck has to do that. Otherwise, the food will taste a little different. All vehicles must be removed from the public right-of-way at the close of each business day. So that's the proposal, or that's the version of the applicant. Now, let's keep in mind that, well, that's the location right there where the applicant may want to establish the permanent location for the food truck. Yeah, that's it, somewhere around right here. As a staff was drafting ordinance, two things were important. I kept in my mind the whole time. Number one is that when every new use is being established on every property, a staff always requires the compliance with all the improvements or the requirements for a lot. Okay, so I would say a couple months ago, the property owner of a famous, I'm not gonna say the name, of a famous donut shop along State Street that starts with D and follows with A. He approached the city. He approached the city and said, "Hey, you know what? I'm thinking about removing, getting rid of the building. It's getting pretty old." So he was wondering if he could just put up a food truck instead of that building. The staff talked to him, and then we were talking to him. We explained to him that every time this new use will be established or the improvements will be required. And then the applicant agreed, and then he submit a site plan that shows a new building, tiny small building, and then a spot for the food truck with landscape areas, with well delineated parking areas, and I thought that was a fantastic idea. Still, I let him know that the requirements will be the same as the ones we were passing today. Okay. The other thing to keep in mind is that when we draft an ordinance, we're not only, especially this one, it's not just going to be for this piece of land, but it's going to be everywhere in every single commercial zone. It's just something to keep in mind. Recently, I got a couple phone calls from food trucks that want to approach the city and come to the city. Strawberry days are coming. Woo, woo. So there's one that wants to be right there. Okay, and there's another one that we can't see, but where the Smiths is on the commercial lots that are north of the Smiths. So I already got requests from 2 new food trucks coming to the city. I don't know if they're going to be only here for strawberry days or permanent. Depends on what we decide today. So this little table was created based on a request from the applicant. So this is kind of like the main differences. It's the staff version saying that for the operation days of a food truck should be a maximum of 4 consecutive days in a 7-day period. So we think they should be mobile and transit. Applicant, it's requesting that they can be there not all year round, but every single day for 7 or 8 months in a 12-month period. That for staff is considered permanent because our mobile food vendor license that we give at this point is only for 120 days. So more than that, that goes far away from our definition of transient. So let me see. Some businesses from downtown came and talked to me. I gave you guys a letter that was written from one of the businesses within downtown. Oh, and here's the other difference, that staff recommends that the food truck stays in the place only during the hours of business that is in operation, and the applicant is requesting to be there 23 hours of the day, pretty much all day except the time that it will take to travel to the commissary. Okay. So this item was taken to the Planning Commission on April 13, 2017, and Planning Commission voted 6-1 in favor of the staff version of the the staff version of the ordinance. Like I said, I did some research. I looked for other cities even outside of Utah County that could help us out a little bit about this issue, and I found out a jurisdiction, Holiday, and those guys have a very interesting concept applied to the city. They allow food trucks to be there every single day if they want to, but they kind of created a food truck park, kind of like a trailer park. So they create this food truck park, and I think it's a great concept. But it's property. It's a private owner. They put some money into it. They increase the value of the city. They increase the value of the area. They make the improvements, and it looks kind of like. Well, sorry. Before we go, that's the location of the proposed food truck. I tried to get different pictures from different angles. So that's what we have at this point. Here is what happened in Holiday. So this is how the place was, pretty similar to what we have in that corner. So they create a food truck park. You got all the landscape, you got the utilities needed, and then you got the food trucks. This one's a little interesting because it's kind of like a container one. Never seen it, but it's a great concept. It's a great concept, but the place is being improved. Again, staff is not against the place, the food truck being there permanently. It's just for a sense of consistency, requesting the same requirements from every single business in the city.
So Danny, can you share a little bit about the letter that you gave us, a quick summary of it, or do you want me to?
If you will do that, then.
What's that? Does he not want his name read or anything? Do we just want to keep this general?
I guess if he submit the letter, Tina, you can read the name, right?
Unless he specifically asked, it's a public hearing, and we always ask them to state their name. So it would be public information.
The author of the letter was out in the hall a moment ago. I don't know if he's still here, but.
Why don't you just say that it's a brick?
Oh,
good.
Sorry, I didn't see him. Sorry, sir.
Would you like to speak, or you want me to kind of summarize? Okay. I'll be very quick. It kind of talks about the support of food trucks and how we're approaching this as you, as a staff. Talked about maybe some better skirting around the North Shore. Is that what it's called? North Shore. I'm kind of cleaning it up a little bit, regulating that. And then as far as the food truck goes, being there permanently, he's in agreement with the staff recommendation of four days of that, just because what it could create if we do the year-round type of thing. And so that's one of the brick and mortar businesses there. I know I've talked to the other ones just because they have great services that I frequent. And so I think they would probably echo that, but I'm not going to speak for them on that. So anyway, that's really, really rough summary of the letter. So any questions for Daniel? If not, I do. I have some questions, but so yeah. So you talked about there's about 70% of the cities out there that have these ordinances. About 70% of them have 3 days. Is that correct?
Correct.
How many have 4 days?
So for example, Lyndon told me that the maximum they will allow it to be there is 180 days. American Fork, they told me that they will let them be there permanently as long as the place is all improved. That it has all the landscape improvements, kind of like what Soho Park did. Okay. So they will allow for that, in that case, only to be permanent. Spanish Fork says that they could be there permanently, but only while they're running. So only 12 hours and go. Lehigh says that no more than 12 hours in one location, and then you gotta move. Don't come back to that one.
Okay.
How many hours?
12 hours. 12 hours in one location.
Sounds like Salt Lake City almost,
and then,
right? Yeah. Okay.
Provo and Orem are the ones that have very specific regarding the 3 days.
Okay.
But and didn't they actually just put it into locations, like there were just certain locations also?
Right. And again, let's keep in mind that most of the jurisdictions allow them to be there permanent on a complete improved site. Like for example, there's one that is on I think it's the Smiths in Provo, that this is in the parking lot, and they don't have to run a power on the roof, but overhang, but everything's underground. So again, they work toward those steps. I don't know if that answered your question, Councilor.
Yeah, it shows that it's kind of not all over the place, but there are some standards out there. Okay. So, any other questions?
Does that mean that they have bathroom facilities as well?
No, that's
Isn't it developed in a
correct. I don't. That's a requirement from the health department. So I don't know how they work that out.
So sewer, water.
Well, sewer. That's why they need to go back to the commissary. I'm assuming, but that we can ask the applicant. He's more knowledge than me about food trucks. Do
we have any questions for Daniel?
Hey, Daniel.
Sir.
In cities that do have a restriction require a movement. Is there a distance that a vehicle has to be moved? Can a food truck move across to the other side of the street and satisfy that movement requirement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, as long as it's out of the same site.
Can it move 10 feet?
I will say out of the same site, or at least out of the same parcel. I didn't specify that in the ordinance, but that's what I will. That's the way I will interpret the ordinance.
Any others, Ben?
Not at this time.
Anyone else? Okay, we'll keep you close, Daniel.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll have the applicant come up, Lori. This time before we move, or it has your name on there, so you're famous.
I'm famous, huh?
You're getting good at this.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Go
you
ahead.
want me to
The time
say
is
something?
yours. Yes.
Oh my
If you wanna
goodness,
say
I'm
something.
sorry.
Only if you want to.
It's a marketing opportunity, whatever you, yeah. So.
Well, this has been a little hard for me in general. I'm new to this, and I basically wanted to. I know where to talk about. I didn't really think of it as permanent and non-permanent. My vision of it wasn't like that. I was thinking private and public. And I know that I have a relationship with the owner, and I want you to know that we're talking about a food truck right now. We're not talking about the shaved ice stand that's being shown right there. That has nothing to do with this, what we're talking about. And I know that there's been a lot of issues about that. And I just want you to know that we are not talking about the shaved ice stand.
Correct.
All right. I just want everyone to know that, because I know there's been a lot of issues about that being permanent. And it's not going to be. It's going to be moved. We've decided, me in general, I don't think it looks good like that all year long, and it's not going to happen again. I thought my food truck would be up and running, and it's not. And it's been hard. There's more regulations than you can even think of. I mean, not just the city, but, health department. There's a lot. I've put so much money into this, and I don't even see it opening, to be honest with you. I mean, I've put over $75,000 into this. And this is my hard-earned money. And I really, I'm gonna be strong. I'm gonna be strong. I'm not gonna do that again. I just wanted you to know what I was thinking. I was thinking public and private. And I know that there's a lot of laws that a private owner has when it comes to their property. But I also understand that it's right in the middle of Pleasant Grove State and Main Street. I understand that.
That's a great location.
It is. It's the best I could find, to be honest with you. But I don't want you to think that I have anything against anyone here. I am so proud to have such a wonderful city council. Because like I told you, I've come from Massachusetts, and not one of them has the love that you guys have for Pleasant Grove. And I'm very impressed and grateful. I want you to know that. I know my partner has a lot more to say, but I have to let you know that I respect each one of you. I love this city. I love being here, and I'm not going anywhere. Either way, you're going to see Taste of Boston here, whether it's a food truck or whether it's going to be permanent. and that is my goal. I want to be here permanently. This is a transition. I wish it could happen sooner. But yeah, look forward to it. Either way, I'm going to be here. Okay? And
So
now-
do you want me to ask you a question, or do you want me to
Yes,
ask Curtis a question?
I probably am.
Both of you can answer it.
Okay.
So this is a chance for you to sell yourself. I'm just curious why, and tell me why you want to be there permanent. Why? Because most mobile trucks, food trucks, go out and promote themselves, sell themselves,
Right,
right? And go out. So why not accept the 4-day and have this permanent?
I went to CDMX Taco, and I investigated them. They go every day. And I asked them that very question. Do you do better moving? Or do you do better staying in the same place every day where your customers can find you? And they actually do better being in the same spot. I have a family to raise, me and 3 children, that's it. I'm trying to do what's best for them. I live here. There's another guy, I went down to Payson, and I spoke with him. He goes to the same spot in a, out in front of a grocery store. You know, granted, the grocery store provided the power, but he's just sitting in the parking lot. And I asked him the very same question. Do you do better when you move around, or do you do better with he has, like, he grew up in Payson, and he does better there. He has the local support, and they know where to find him, and he does better that way. And there are restaurants around him, and he still comes back every single day. And then I went to another taco place in Payson and asked the same question. They're there every single day, and they're out in front of a grocery store. They do better in the same spot every day. So for me, as trying to support my family and investigating, and I went to each city too, and I asked them, would you have a problem with me being there? And they said no. Not if it's on private property. You can be there. That's between you and the owner. And they go there every single day, and they don't have any problems.
So I have a follow-up question then for you. Because it's just an honest question, right?
Yes.
Because I have a site plan checklist here that brick and mortars do, right? It's what they have to go through, and it's 6 pages long. It's a lot, right?
I understand that.
And so what makes you special and them not? Because they have to go through that, right?
Well, actually, I'm not saying I'm special.
No, I'm just
so
saying, because I've had
I want
that
to
thrown
get
at
that
me.
across.
I had that thrown at me.
I have never
so-
said that.
Yeah.
And I'm actually, I seen these food trucks. They set precedents on this private property. So I know you're going to say you probably didn't do your due diligence with the city or whatever. I just never imagined it would be this hard. I'm just a citizen trying to make some money, you know, and it's a great spot. Like you said, it's the best anywhere else. Yeah. Why wouldn't I try to be there? I'm asking you that. Why wouldn't I try to be in this spot?
That's where I would be, but I'd be out.
City
if I owned a food
council.
truck, I'd be out promoting
No,
it.
I don't mean to be, I don't mean to be, sound cocky or anything. I really love you guys, but
I'm just saying, I get asked this, right?
No,
how
I
do-
know.
how do you-
I understand.
How does the city council decide that?
I
right? So-
understand, but you have to be careful how you word things too, like I'm a food truck and there's brick and mortars, but we can't have, I have the right to be there. I have a business that I'm running, and I definitely, I don't even know what else to say, but I'm trying.
You're doing good.
I'm shaking. I'm not good for this public stuff, but I'm just doing my best. That's all. That's it. I'm just a business owner trying to do my best.
Okay.
And I understand that, and I love the passion about it. I have to tell a cute little story. When I first got in, I thought it would be really fun to have Food Truck Tuesday. So
Oh, I remember.
yeah, you remember that fun night, that very first one?
Ah.
Anyway, I just made a couple of phone calls, and good grief, we had 10 trucks. 3 trucks ran out of food 3 times. Do you remember how many people we had? A lot. It was a lot. Ben, you remember?
Ben remembers.
And I thought it was just a fun idea. I had absolutely no idea that the conversation that was going to take place in the next couple of weeks. So there was the whole bathroom, there was the trash, there was the fact that brick and mortars are paying property taxes. I didn't understand the big picture. So
But
So
we
then-
have a lot of things we have to pay for too, and we're gonna.
Yes, and I understand that. So I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to help citizens have a business.
Mhm.
We're also trying to respect brick and mortar. We're also trying to respect the landowner. We're trying to respect the citizens. It is a great corner.
It is,
Traffic.
yeah.
Well, so that's why those 3 trucks ran out of food 3 times. I mean, it's a great corner. So you can understand that we're also trying
And
to
you're looking at the
understand.
big picture, I
We're wondering if
understand that.
there is a win-win, and so, anyway. Any other questions? Is this a public hearing? Okay.
It is.
All right.
So do we have any more
So-
questions
can-
for
oh.
Lori? Any other questions for Lori? No, okay.
Okay,
We'll open it
thank
up.
you.
Okay, so this is a public hearing, same thing, 3 minutes. We ask that you get up once, and so we'll go ahead and open that up.
Good evening, council members. Connor Boyack, Libertas Institute. I am not announcing a run for your city council at all.
You do live in Lehigh, though. You could announce.
You
it.
can exhale. I don't even live here, right? So
Well, announce for Lehigh. That would just be
maybe.
fine.
I still got a few hours, right? Okay, I'm going to be, very brief. Again, we were the authors and sponsors of the state legislation that's been talked about. Unfortunately, there's a whole lot to cover, so hopefully I can get this in under 3 minutes. Maybe you'll be lenient with me, but we'll see. Let's see, where to begin? There are several typos in this proposal that are problematic to enact with grammatical and typographical errors. For example, in number 1, it says, without first having obtained and hold a current business license. There are other errors as well where I'm not going to spend my time. In 4C, for example, it says all vehicles must be removed from the public right-of-way at the close of each business day. I looked for a definition, I couldn't find it. It seems problematic to require food trucks to close at what I presume is 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. I don't know if the city has some definition I couldn't find of a business day where a food truck could not operate during evening hours for dinner hours for the community. Daniel, if I got his name right, was pointing out the concession for the land use. The origin of that was there are many legislators who wanted to push further. In discussion with the league, we decided to allow the cities to have this deference of authority, or at least protect that existing authority, and wait and watch. Several of these cities indeed do have some restrictions, such as the number of days. As far as I know, all of those were enacted prior to the state law that just went into effect a few weeks ago. Those cities also have a number of other issues in their city ordinances that just got struck down by the state bill. And so looking to other cities as an example where they have now outdated ordinances that have illegal requirements may be problematic. I will point out that this issue, as I understand it, I'm looking at this from kind of a bigger picture, but for this applicant in particular, talking about private property, there's a great desire in the legislature to come back next year and to affirmatively protect this statewide. And so I don't share that with you as a threat by any means, but I want you to be aware of those discussions, that if that is passed here, That's, I think, going to lead legislators to want to go in and to protect contractual private property rights. Anytime a city is going to act, it needs to have a legitimate basis to do so. And when Councilman Stanley asked about what is a location, if you're saying at any one location for 4 consecutive days, moving 10 feet is technically a different location. It was admitted that moving across the street would qualify and be compliant. But again, and I'll end on this point, the question would be what legitimate government interest is there in making someone move across the street? Is there enough to overcome private property rights to say the government has an interest, as it says in the staff report, to protect general welfare by making someone move directly across the street, which was admitted? I think this still needs a little work. I've not read Lori's proposal. I read this one because it's what the Planning Commission moved forward. Would be happy to provide input, but would ask for a continuance because there are some problems in here.
So Connor, if you have any notes, you can give them to Tina over there.
Okay, I'll email them because
Okay.
mine are handwritten.
Better? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any others?
Molly Andrew. I don't have to give my address. I know I don't have an expectation of privacy because I am in a public meeting, but I would love for Jacob to move his camera off of the audience, if that's possible, and not use our images. I don't know if that's possible.
He might run out of batteries here soon. Okay. Any others for the public hearing?
I had no idea you were talking about this tonight.
Oh, there we go.
4 years ago, my son and his wife opened a food truck, and they asked me to help them get through all the regulations and that kind of stuff. I admire this lady. You cannot believe, of course, any business has to go through this, but the health department in Utah County is tougher, just so that you know, than any other health department in the state of Utah. They have more regulations, they have more things that they have to go through to make sure that everything is good. So that's a good thing, I think, in the favor of the town here. But it's a horrible business. They were up at 3 o'clock in the morning to prepare. They lived in Salt Lake. They came down and they were in Lehi. And so they opened their place at 7 o'clock in the morning. They closed down at 11 o'clock at night. They had to take their trailer to Highland because there was a restaurant up there that said, yes, you can park it here and use my fridge to store your stuff and all that, because they have to have that kind of thing. And then, so they got 3 hours of sleep and they were up and at it again. But they did very well. These food trucks do very, very well. So I guess all I'm doing, I just thought I'd let you know that it is a tough business, but there are some problems. And yeah, in Lehi, every 2 days they moved, but they were in the same 2 places. They were about a mile apart from each other. And on their Facebook page and everything, everybody just knew they'd be here this day and they'd be here this day. And it didn't seem to really affect their business one way or the other. So anyway, I love food trucks, and I admire the fact that they're trying to bring it in, but it can get out of hand. They can get ugly. They can leave trash. There's all kinds of things you need to consider, but it is a good business.
So state your name one more time, because I know I'm going to get asked.
Blake Bueller.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Curtis Miles, Pleasant Grove. So I'm Lori's business partner. I don't want to say too much. I just show a great amount of respect for what you guys do, and just hope to hear me out and let you guys know that it is a lot of work. We've worked on this every day for the last year, and that's the God's honest truth. We work every day on this project. It's a lot of work getting it where it is, and it's not even done. It's got some more work to be done, but it's a tremendous amount of work. In regards to cost of a food truck versus brick and mortar, a food truck can spend $100, $200, maybe $300,000 if they want to get crazy. Brick and mortar, or they can spend $50,000. Brick and mortar can do the same thing. They can get a cheap little brick and mortar store and spend $50,000. They can spend a lot more than that. So I think it's important to realize that with a food truck or brick and mortar, it can go either way with both of them. It's not, I don't think it's fair to say that a food truck is undercutting what a brick and mortar is doing. There are some restaurants around Pleasant Grove that do really, really well will never do that well, ever. We'll never get the sales that those other places get. It's just not going to happen. So we're not, my opinion is we won't be undercutting these, well-run brick and mortar stores. To move across the street every day, it doesn't seem fair. But if that's the rules that are set forth, that's what, whether it's across the street or whether it's 100 yards down the street. I just hope you guys will ask yourself, what's the point? Like, really, we're really going to make them do that? Put more strain than they're already under just to have them move across the street on off days? It just doesn't seem fair. Anyway, that's all I got. I just hope you guys will realize that it is a lot of work. We're not undercutting anyone. Our customers aren't going to have the same advantages of a brick and mortar store. They're not going to be able to be in an air-conditioned room. Another thing is that we're only asking to be open 8 months out of a year. And so, there's that. Again, we're not in an air-conditioned. We're going to be in tight quarters. I'd rather work in a nice big kitchen any day of the year. So there's a lot of disadvantages to a food truck. I don't feel like we're undercutting what a brick and mortar have many advantages to a food truck. I want you guys to understand that. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks, Curtis.
Diane Moss. I just have a question I don't quite understand, and I just want to ask. Now they're wanting to put their food truck on private property.
That's correct.
That is correct.
What do the private property owners say?
Steve Allred is the owner of the land there. He's authorized a lease. He's comfortable with their proposal.
So
Probably.
shouldn't that isn't the private property owner the one who determines what happens on his property?
If Steve Allred was here, we'd ask him that. We can't answer.
Okay,
none of us
but
can really
if
answer
he
for him.
does, if he has okayed it, then
It's
shouldn't.
it's not the only consideration, I would say, but it is an important one.
Yeah, I just don't understand. I'm thinking, well, why even discuss it if the private property owner says that he wants this on his property? Then whoopee. Okay. Anyway, and then my other question was one my neighbor wants me to ask. The high school. She's concerned about food trucks on Second South. Are there going to be food trucks on Second South?
By the high school?
On Second South itself.
Are you talking for a particular date or just always or?
Just ever. I mean.
So there's been food trucks on the drag before. Is that what she's thinking?
No, Second South. So there's not going to be?
There could be. I can't.
That's maybe a question for
around the
Daniel.
park? Wait,
No,
Second
South is my street. I live on.
I know.
Yeah.
So are we talking? We're talking.
I guess if they came in and asked for a permit, they would.
Second South will there ever be food trucks allowed to
Tina?
park along Second South?
They're not allowed in residential zones. So if Second South is a residential zone, they will not be allowed on the street
That's all I
there.
wanted.
They're
Thank
allowed
you.
in commercial zones.
Okay.
Thank you. I didn't read your letter good enough, did I?
No, dang it, Eric.
I failed.
So, I'm Ben Moak, business owner here, also lived here for over 20 years. I do want to answer a question. I don't know what you brought up, but private property. If I want to put up a car lot, I can't put a car lot right in front of my restaurant because there's laws. I can't keep a car lot, a car there for sale for so many days because there's laws that, and that's why we have those things. With Curtis and Lori, I'm not saying that food trucks are hard, not hard, easy, whatever. Some people might think that I'm against food trucks. They buy power from me. They can have that power. I don't care about that. My big issue is being there permanently. The reason why is brick and mortar. Curtis brought up, yes, $200,000 to $400,000. I'm going as a third restaurant, not a Firebird, another one we own, down in Springville. It's going to cost a few $100,000 just to get in. If we sign a 10-year lease, we're over $1.2 to $1.3 million just in lease itself. So the cost of that kind of negates everything else. So I don't want to talk about that at all. But it's just the permanent aspect, the permanent feel of it. If they're there 8 months out of the year, they should do everything that a permanent business has to do. Parking stalls, they have no parking stalls over there. There's no one that regulates anything over there at all. Like I said, I don't care if they're there 4 or 5 months out of the year, has a snow cone, whatever, but the food truck has to be, regulated. Power, water, electricity, bathrooms. They have to go to All Reds. Well, they have to go to All Reds. They go to All Reds or Blackfire games, but we get a lot of customers coming in. I don't care. But they should have to have the same laws, same regulations as, brick and mortar does have. So that's all I have to say, with it. And I think you're going to open up a big can of worms and do something that Pleasant Grove is not trying to do. We're trying to beautify the place. I could see food trucks popping up everywhere in Smith's parking lot. And all these other private places, if we let them in, have a free reign of things, we will have these little places you can't say, hey, yes, you can do it. You can't pick winners and losers. And I think we would end up doing that or having open a big can of worms. If we're letting one person in, we'll let many, many, many more in because it's so much easier to get in than it is. And Curtis, let me know when you find $50,000 building to get into. So that's all I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you, Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
Anyone else? All right.
We discussed this when we were on the planning. I'm on the planning commission. Drew Armstrong, Pleasant Grove, and this came before the planning commission. And I know Lori. I love Lori. Went to church with her for years. So I appreciate what she's trying to do, and I appreciate people bringing restaurants to our city. I would love to see her in a permanent place or in a food truck. But if she's in a food truck, I mean, we regulate signs on buildings. We regulate the outside, the exterior materials that they're built, made from. We regulate the type of landscaping that the parking lot has to have. We regulate the facade. We regulate. I mean, can you imagine if out by the new building that is getting built out by the freeway, if they put a bunch of shipping containers in the parking lot and said, well, private property rights, dang it, we need some storage here. We regulate that stuff for a reason, and we've chosen to do that as a community. And I love food trucks. I visit food trucks far too often, but the transient nature of a food truck is kind of fun. It's a vehicle instead of a building. It's not real estate. It's personal, private property. It should be treated that way. But as soon as you turn a private piece of property into a permanent structure or permanent building, then all of a sudden you need to go ahead and regulate it by the code that regulates a permanent structure instead, which is dramatically different and completely different in terms of what the requirements are. So in my opinion, there's a huge advantage to going ahead and putting a whole bunch of food trucks in versus spending the money to meet the regulation that's in place. And I'm not sure that puts a food truck on equal footing with what Ben's done with Firebird either. So anyhow.
Thanks, Drew. Anyone else?
Okay, so I don't know anything about regulations or what. Oh, my name is Cassie Hard. But I am from Seattle, and I grew up in a family of entrepreneurs, and a lot of my family owned coffee businesses. And a part of one of the coffee business was these little huts that were just drive-through coffee stands. They were not... people didn't come inside and sit down. We didn't have like a little sitting area. They weren't coffee shops. It was just for the purpose of giving people their drinks. And I kind of see the similarity with a food truck. And we still had regulations. The health department still would come and visit our little structure. We didn't have running water, so we had water tanks. And it worked, and we were successful, and it provided for my family. I ended up running it for a time. And I just think it's awesome that we live in America and we get the opportunity to provide for ourselves. We had an agreement with the store to have our little hut there in the parking lot. And I would just say that the difference when you asked her about the brick and mortar things, the difference would be that she's not housing people. She doesn't have to keep people safe. She doesn't have to worry about bathrooms because people shouldn't be hanging out there. They're getting their food, you know. We had an agreement also with the grocery store that people could go to the bathroom there if they came and got our stuff. Like, that was worked out, and I just think it's awesome that she has the opportunity to provide for her family the way she wants. And since it is on private property, I think that it's something that maybe I can see regulating how it should look and be kept up. I mean, we need standards, but limiting her access to her business the way she wants to run it, I don't know. So I guess I'm just trying to cheerlead for them because I think it's awesome that they have the opportunity to do that. Okay, thanks.
It's me again, Jacob. Hey, so you asked her about why she's special when it comes to these things. And I thought, you know, if I have a pad in my backyard and I put an RV back there and like a sewer line right there, you can do that, right? Put a sewer line right next to it. And my mom lives in it for 7 or 8 months out of the year. I think I can do that. I'm pretty sure I can do that. No?
We talked about tiny homes a little while ago.
Well, this isn't a tiny home. It's actually just...
You can't do that.
That's why I'm saying tiny homes. You could do a tiny home.
Well, she's living there right now. I think she's not. I'm messing with y'all. Nobody's living there.
But she can go to the bathroom at the neighbor. She made
That's
that
right.
agreement.
Well, she could go back to my house, yeah. We have a little path for her with rocks and everything. It's great. But if she was old, it'd be nice. You know, here's your spot, and I don't want you in my house. But anyways, or another one that I thought was like, well, we have different regulations for mobile homes. A mobile home is kind of like a food truck, and my home that I live in is kind of like a brick and mortar restaurant. And they have, you know, a mobile home and a permanent home have different regulations. And so I don't see a problem with having different regulations for a food truck. And last thought, we regulate how a sign looks and like what's on the outside of the building. Maybe it's time to reevaluate some of those things. Just saying.
We do. We reevaluate them.
Maybe it's time I reevaluate it and give you my opinion.
I'm
Thanks,
sure you
Jacob.
will.
Sandy, are you coming back up? Oh.
Wait for me.
Oh, okay.
I have a meeting with the bishop.
Always bad.
Where did she go? Yes, you and the young lady that spoke before me. I have to say that I really admire the entrepreneur spirit as well. My husband has been an entrepreneur 7 times in our 36 years of marriage. I didn't like it at first. It was very hard and very scary. And I really admire those who have the grit and determination to make it work. It says a lot about who they are. And you know, the world is about that very thing, about people who go out and make their dreams come true. The world is also about competition in the business world. That's how it really is. I was just thinking, in malls, we have kiosk, correct? They sell everything from cell phone plans to cell phone accessories to pillows. I've seen baby clothes, facial products, jewelry, just about anything you can think of. And I'm sure they're in competition with some of the same stores in that particular mall that do the same sort of things or sell the same products or services. So I feel torn about the subject. I don't know a lot about the regulations either. I know a little bit. My husband and I both work with an organization called TOSA, the Other Side Academy, which is I don't want to call it a rehabilitation, but it's a 2-year program that's free for people that are trying to change their lives, that are convicted felons. And one of the businesses they have, they're completely self-sufficient, no federal or state funds at all. One of the businesses they have is a food truck. They have a booming business, and they're going to start other businesses as well. And it's a very good model. It works, and they all work in these different areas. So from my side of things, my perspective, the wife of an entrepreneur, and I've lived through it and survived, it's a remarkable thing that we have in this country. We have people that come here from all over the world for that very reason, because they want to live the American dream. And I know it's hard work. The restaurant business probably is one of the hardest businesses to be in, period. You live and breathe, and you're married to it. I personally don't think I could do it, but I admire those that do. So I guess my opinion is that I think it should be looked into carefully and with open minds, and appreciate both sides. For those who have brick and mortar buildings, which I appreciate too, because they work their tails off, just like Lori does back here. So I think there's something, perhaps there's a balance somewhere. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sandy. Just a random side note, Sandy, before you leave, the Other Side Academy will be speaking to the Rotary Club the second Thursday in July. It would be well worth attending for those that aren't familiar with what they do. It's incredible work.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak again. I wanted you guys to think about Spanish Fork City. They really do have a very open ordinance. And I don't know if you've had a chance to drive around in Spanish Fork, but it's not overrun with food trucks. There are a few, and they do come back to the same place every day, but it is not overrun. And it's very similar in almost every way, very, very similar to Pleasant Grove as far as population and things of that nature. So I think you guys, and in all due respect, I think you might be psyching yourselves out, making it into something that it never would be, that you're going to see a food truck on every corner and it's going to turn into a carnival. I don't feel that will happen. Look at Spanish Fork. They've had that model for many, many years. It's a beautiful city. It's a very classy city. There are a few food trucks that do come back each day, but it's not. It's very classy. It doesn't stand out. It's almost just an oversight, I guess. It's just something that's there and people love him. That's all I got. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing and bring it back up here to the council. So just for a reminder, we're talking about amending the city code by adding section 10-15-48 mobile food trucks, providing land use provisions that regulate the establishment of food trucks within city boundaries.
So I'll make some comments. Eric, share a few thoughts with the rest of my colleagues up here. Three things that I've championed on the city council have been economic development, economic growth. I am a great advocate for entrepreneurs. I do see and appreciate what happens. It's the lifeblood of our city. It's incredible, and it's the heart and soul of what makes anywhere great, is the people that are willing to take risks and be entrepreneurs. And I've also been a great advocate for minimal regulation. I think we have a ordinance that we've got proposed and being discussed that has a number of provisions that strike me as arbitrary, strike me as perhaps, like, to Mr. Boyak's point, maybe not fully thought through, maybe definitions that we could add, maybe some cleaning that we could do of some of the grammatical details. But I'm a fan of the minimal amount of regulation. Some regulation is appropriate and has its place, and there is value in regulating certain things, but certainly I would be an advocate for the minimal amount of regulation necessary to achieve a legitimate business interest, a legitimate governmental interest. And I'm not sure, to that point, that we have well articulated in our discussions to date what our interest is. Is our interest protectionism of brick and mortar businesses? Is our interest in aesthetics? What exactly is the interest that would cause us to regulate in the ways that we are suggesting that we might with the ordinance that we have before us? And I guess the third thing that I would say that has been a great cause that I have fought for throughout my service is private property rights. And I think there is a lot to be said for the rights of an individual on their private property to have some flexibility, to have some freedom to do things that make sense. And so as a champion for residents of our city and businesses. I would wonder why we haven't gone to greater lengths to try to accommodate and achieve the balancing that Ms. Carter spoke about, that others have argued for, to try to make an ordinance that would better meet the needs of our applicants, that would actually achieve the flexibility that they seek. I think they make a compelling point when Curtis talks about Spanish Fork and its regulatory environment, far less burdensome and not overrun. I certainly understand and have dear friends who have the brick and mortar restaurants, and I recognize the dramatic difference there and the kinds of costs. And so I think there's more work that can be done to balance the interests and provide the definitions and achieve some of the objectives and articulate some of the reasons that we haven't seen articulated to date. And so for those reasons, I would suggest that we consider a continuation of this issue.
So quick question. It's either for Daniel or Lori or Ben. We're talking about property rights here. Who owns that property? Still have? So Lori, do you have a contract with Steve or Chris? A year, 2, 3, 4, 5? Sure. I'm just curious. Okay.
That just to bring power to where they're at is $10,000. And I understand the cost of everything, but like I said, if they want to be permanent, they should do what permanent buildings have to be. So property rights are not, but like I said, we regulate so many things in the government or whatever even the church. So many things are regulated, that's fine. But having to put that things in there, there's certain things that have to be in place, like power, $10,000 to put in, put power in, if you want to be there permanently. And that's my big thing. If you're going to be permanent, be permanent. If you be a transient, be transient. One of the two.
Thank you.
That was my thing.
So any other council members? Sid, sorry I cut you off. Go ahead.
I don't know if this is possible, but I would like to propose what I would hope would be somewhat of a compromise and allow at least a 6-month conditional use permit to allow a food truck to come in and set up as they're proposing and give them the opportunity to see if it's something that they want to continue more permanently in the city. I do agree with Ben that if it's going to be a permanent structure longer than a certain amount of time designated, possibly by a conditional use permit, then it does need to follow the permanent regulations that the brick and mortar stores are following. I agree with Ben on that. But I do want to give the opportunity to make it work here in our city. And I think as much as you want to invest in the city, we want to invest in you, and I'd like to give you the opportunity to make that work. And so I would like to propose, like I said, at least a 6-month conditional use permit and see if that's something that we can make work for you. But if it's a little bit longer time, I wouldn't say maximum more than a year, minimum 6 months. But after that, I do agree that it needs to be a permanent structure and the regulations need to be followed as a brick and mortar store does.
So I have a question for staff. I have two ordinances here. One staff.
Sorry.
So no, I have a question. We have two ordinances here. One staff, one is Lori's, right? And then we have Sid making a motion here to do a conditional use, a third. So not a motion, just a thought. Which one would we attach that to, or would we attach it to one of these ordinances with a conditional use?
Okay, so I think if you want either one of the ordinances the way they are drafted in front of you tonight, then you make a motion to that effect, whichever one you want to consider. If you want staff to consider the option of a conditional use permit with a specified amount of time, I would suggest continuing this and let us work out the details of what that would include. The conversation that I was just having with Daniel is, if we do that, are we going to allow them to be there for 6 months on an unimproved parcel? Or are we going to require some sort of site improvements if they're going to be there for 6 months or 8 months or however long we make it for? And so I think if the council would like to direct staff to consider the conditional use permit option, it would be better not to attach it to either one of the current ordinances and let us work out the details of how that would work the best and
So-
how it would coordinate with other provisions of the ordinance.
So if we continued, we would direct staff to move in that direction.
Yes.
I would say not more than a year minimum. I mean, that would.
A day-to-day permanent.
I think if we're, going to be open for business, then we need to give the opportunity for a food truck to try to make it work and hopefully invest in our city long term in a permanent structure. And I think a year would give them ample time to determine if that was going to work for them or not. But I think they need to meet, as Attorney Peterson is saying, that they need to meet the requirements set forth in the ordinance that we come up with, and whether that's side improvements or what it is, they still need to meet requirements. It's just not a free for all for a year, but hopefully it's a compromise that gets them to invest in our city permanently. Maybe that location's going to work, maybe it's not. But
you're saying every day, 24/7, they're in that.
well, they
spot.
have to leave and go to the commissary as required by the state health department for sure, and they have to meet the improvements put forth in the ordinance by the city. So I'm suggesting possibly the ordinance that was given by the staff, but with a conditional use permit that yes, they could be there more than 4 days a week, and to try to make it work.
So according to Tina, though, we would make a motion to continue this, have them come up with a new direction with that wording. Am I listening to you correctly there? Instead of passing either one. So we have, I guess, three options. We can either pass the Pleasant Grove staff's one, the city one, Lori's, or we can make a motion to continue with staff direction to move forward in that direction. So there you go. So we can discuss it more, or I can take a motion to either one of those wonderful three options. I'll have a drink of water while you decide here.
Well, I mean, Lynn, go ahead.
Make your motion.
Okay. I mean, I'll make the motion that we continue the item to what, a date uncertain at this point?
We'll
or?
just re-advertise it as a public
Okay.
hearing at this
Wait.
point, because I don't know how long it will take us to come up with a conditional use permit process to include in the ordinance.
You want to go? Go ahead.
I just want to ask Lori a question. So where are you at? Do you have time for us to continue something?
I have a few months, yes.
Okay.
And I just was thinking while we were talking that usually when a restaurant opens, they look for a restaurant that's already been in the spot, kind of like one-man band. They look for some place where they don't have to put in all the drains and all that stuff. They don't jump into building their own building. They just don't do that. It costs too much. I want you to consider that too. They often go into places that already have what they need.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So I think we've heard from Ben. Lynn, do you have any insight? Okay. Well, there you go, Sid.
Anna?
Well, I just keep thinking about the health, safety, and welfare. That's our job. I like mobile for a reason. I also want to respect brick and mortars. I learned a lot after the anyway. So you're thinking a hybrid?
A hybrid.
Okay.
A compromise to get them into the city and give them the opportunity to make it work in the city. And hopefully after maximum 1 year, they would have the opportunity to, if they can find a building, or invest permanently in the city. But I think that would be a compromise between the food trucks and the brick and mortar.
So this is not just this location. This is every location in the city on private
I think that's
property.
what we're going to have a larger discussion about as we bring it back for a second review. I mean, the staff might come back and say this. I'm just throwing out another option
Right.
before we close the door on one or the other. But maybe the staff comes back and determines that this isn't an appropriate course of action. But I would at least like to explore the option of doing a hybrid.
So before you make the motion, Daniel, Tina, or someone.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? So is it being suggested that they can operate for a year, 7 days a week, and they go to their commissary and they can be in the same spot, but at the end of the year, they at that point have to build a restaurant?
Well, we wouldn't require them. That would be up to the owners. I mean, we wouldn't require them to build, but at that point, they'd have to go back to the ordinance set forth, which is a more temporary mobile food truck. If it's maximum, whatever we decide, if it's maximum 4 days, 3 days, whatever it is, they would at that point have to go back to what the real definition of the food truck is, which is mobile.
Okay, so
At least that's how I see it.
So that's pretty much the city's ordinance with this idea that we're going to give them a 1 year window to stay in the same spot to see if they can
If they
make
choose
make
to
it
do
work.
that. I mean, yeah.
And that's everybody, right?
Yeah, I mean it's anybody that wants to if the city ordinance is intact and those that are actually moving from spot to spot and they're only there 3 days or 4 days, that's not going to affect them.
Right.
But those that are saying we want to stay in the same spot, we're going to give them a 1 year trial, and then at the end of the 1 year trial, either they have to build a brick and mortar, or they have to go back to the.
Well, we're not going to require them to build a brick and mortar. That's up to the restaurant at that point if they want to. I mean, it's just an option to say.
Well, I'm just saying if they don't do something permanent, then they're going back to the 4 days a week.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I think there's another option there under the current draft, and that would be at the end of the year, they could choose to be a permanent food truck
Oh, thank you. Yes.
but they would be required to complete all of the site improvements. And I think what we're going to have to consider is somewhere on the continuum of doing nothing and putting a food truck on an unimproved site versus the cost and expense of fully improving it and getting a site plan approved. Somewhere on that continuum would be the requirements for the conditional use permit idea. And then if they were successful and decided they wanted to stay there, they could make application to be a permanent fixture there. But at that point, they would have to invest the money to come up to the standards of a fully improved
Correct.
site.
Yep.
That's how I'm thinking. Is that what you're thinking? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, but in the meantime, and Tina, tell me if this is what you're thinking of as well. That in that interim, there's still conditions that need to be met. I mean, it's not a free for all. You just go in and nothing's improved at all. There's still some conditions within the conditional use permit that would need to be required. But that's what we would come up with.
That's what we'll have to
Yeah.
decide, is what to propose in terms of what conditions are reasonable for a semi-permanent,
Correct.
semi-temporary site.
I mean, this is new to our city. We've never done this before with semi-permanent, permanent. I mean, we're trying to figure this out as we go. And so we appreciate your patience as business owners. And Daniel, I appreciate the effort that you've put in because this is the first time we're dealing with this. So we're trying to wade through the waters with everyone at the same time, doing what's fair for the brick and mortar and the citizens and the landowner and the community as a whole. And so we appreciate your patience because we want to get this right and we want to make it right for everyone involved.
So Daniel, quick question. Can a food truck come to Pleasant Grove right now and sit on there, and for how long, and what can they do?
Right now, without passing that,
Yes, just as is right now.
120 days.
What's that?
120 days.
Okay. Is there a minimum days allowed? 2, 3 days, or is it wide open?
What?
What they would be applying under is our current seasonal or temporary use permit, and it's good for 120 days. There's not any restrictions on coming and going. They would have to still comply with going to the commissary every night, not because we're requiring it, but because that's what they need to do, health department wise. The reason that didn't work for them originally, I believe, is because they wanted longer than 120 days. They wanted the guarantee that they could be there longer than that.
Okay, thank you.
So just out of curiosity, are there restrictions on consecutive seasonal permits?
No. So, well, yes, so that it's good for 120 days, and then you have to come back the next season and apply for it. It's not like get 120 days and get another 120 days and get another 120 days. They're mostly issued for seasonal businesses.
Right.
20 days in the calendar.
In a calendar
In a calendar
year.
year, once a year during the
Calendar
summer.
year. Okay. Thanks.
You want me to make a motion?
You can, yes. I think
Okay,
we're
I'd like
done.
to make a motion that we continue the item, allow staff time to draft another option for a food truck ordinance with a conditional use permit, and we'll bring it back hopefully as soon as possible and see if we can get something figured out.
So I have a motion by Sid Lamone and a second by Lynn. We'll go down the line here. Lynn?
Yes.
Ben?
Let me say yes, but for the record, I approve of the action. I'm not sure I am fond of the conditional use or the rationale. I'm not convinced it's legal, but I'm okay with the continuation.
I'll put an asterisk by your yes. Okay.
Perfect. Thanks.
Sid?
Yes.
Diana? Eric? No. Diana?
What?
I'm in favor with what the city has.
I actually like the staff.
So no, the motion passes. Staff, you have your direction.
Thank you.
Okay. And look at that, we made it through our first item. What's that?
The second one's related.
Yeah. But before we do that, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
But may I ask
Yes.
before we do that,
Uh-huh.
if we're going to continue the Title 10, we might as well continue Title 3 as well, and we'll just bring
Okay,
them
so
both
there
back
we
together.
can get 2 items knocked off really quick there.
Wow.
So yeah, this one is, so if we're going to do that before we do it, we have to, it is notice as a public hearing.
Continue it, you don't have
Yeah.
to take public comment
Okay.
at this point, because you did continue the public hearing.
Okay, so if you have any comments, please email them to us. Okay,
I'd recommend, in fact, I'd make a motion that we do take public comment if people have traveled from other cities to give public comment on this issue.
so Ben has a motion to do it. Do we have a second?
Open, yeah, public hearing.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Sid. So Ben? Lynn?
I'm fine.
Yes, no? Yes, you're up.
Knowing that this is our second item.
Well, Eric, will you open it officially as a public hearing?
So I will open officially 9B. Let me read it. Connor, let me read it really quick, all right, before you get going here. Item 9B, continued public hearing to consider for the adoption of ordinance 2017-33, amending the city code Title 3, Chapter 16, Transit Merchants and Street Vendors, amending Section 3-16-4, definitions, and adding subsection 16B, mobile food trucks, regulating the licensing and permitting the requirements for food trucks, amending subsections 7 and 9 to remove bonding requirements. And you have 3 minutes.
I'll take less than that. Thank you for the
Okay.
consideration, and then I'll depart. So I'll skip the minor stuff. I can certainly email that to Tina. Some of the issues I raised, such as formatting last time, are still included in this draft. I merely want to point out 2 things because they're in conflict with the state law. The one is in Section 3F4. The city is requiring for one of the reciprocal licenses that insurance be provided. State law is very clear in 1155-1032 that a political subdivision shall grant a business license if presented with another city's license, the health certificate, and then the fire certificate. There's no wiggle room for the city to require anything else. That was very intentional by the legislature. Something, and my final point for tonight, that is new in this draft that was not in the previous draft, I thought this rather odd, was in Section 3, the additional requirements. This is on page 6 of the proposal. In Section A2, it's requiring a background check. We specifically, not we, I should say, the legislature specifically prohibited cities from doing this. This is in what is now Utah Code 1155-103. A political subdivision may not, as a business license qualification, require a food truck operator or food truck vendor to submit to or offer proof of a criminal background check. So that provision would have to be strict and be consistent with state law. So I'll email my thoughts to Tina, and again, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Can you tell me that site again?
It's 11, so for that one, it's 1155-103.
No, I mean where you're saying that we're asking for a background check.
In section 3, so this is page 6, it says section 3A2.
Oh, that is not the food truck ordinance. That's another section of the business licensing. We're actually removing things out of there.
Correct, but you're introducing language that would apply to food truck owners as well as a condition of a business license, right? So you would be denying a food truck applicant for a business license if they're not adhering to this provision, which applies to all your business licenses, and state law says that that cannot happen for food trucks.
That's not what we're doing, but that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Connor. Okay, we are still open for public hearing. Okay.
Sorry, Anna Peacock. And it has nothing to do with food trucks, but I set up several events, and I know that there are regulations that you cannot have things in open walkways. So I would just ask that he move his camera in. I don't care that he's filming me. I really don't care. But I would just ask that, because if elderly people want to come through or if handicapped people want to come through, that would be a problem. So,
Jacob, we can move that chair forward, and you move your tripod over. Yes, there you go. Okay, we're still open for public hearing on item 9B. Seeing no more public comments, we'll close it and bring it back up here. Now we can make a motion.
Chair or Mayor Pro
Continue.
Tem?
Yes.
I'll make the motion that we continue this item to whatever date we choose for the previous item.
Second. Motion by Ben, second by Lynn. We'll do it by voice here. Lynn? Yes. Ben?
Yes.
Sid?
Yes.
Eric? No. Diana?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. No. Do we have a day, or are we just waiting for you to?
We'll renotice it.
Okay. Now we will take a break, a 5-minute break-ish.
Well, especially when you speak, it goes crazy. Yeah, she would go crazy if I started eating.
So they have to get a sales tax.
They have to keep track of the sales they make.
Otherwise, you have a
I do think we need to work on some definitions.
So we're going to let them stay on one spot for a year. There needs to be some type of information in there.
Yes.
Hazardous materials pieces. Well, and I don't know what the threshold amounts would be, but we still need to be concerned about the environment. These are greases that might just go out back the door. Leaking from the engine.
That's what we need to see then. Fire department will have to review
I doubt I'll be able to cite law or code. I don't know if that's in place.
I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll put something in there, just like you do on the
Work is not fun. That's a waste of time.
So it will be on an individual basis, like based upon.
Yeah, I know. Chaos. Everybody watching her. She'll be hugging me, loving on me. Everybody else will be jealous. As this guy tried to tell you that the state legislature passed a law and we have no jurisdiction. So they just try to special. You think that conflict?
Yeah, I thought it was funny. He kind of threw himself under the bus and his mom.
Yes.
Anyway, I'm just kidding. I'm like, yeah, whatever. You didn't realize it.
Spanish market, the cheese. I don't know how the legislature
I could have stayed up for I wanted to be here. That's where my down. We don't know what to do.
Hey, you're not using them for like a week, right? We'll probably haul them probably Tuesday.
I can't think of it. We'll need them. The only thing we might need is
Yeah, we'll have them back like a week from now. See what you find somewhere else. Come on, Sid. Do you not realize how far behind I am because of this stupid grandma request? 20 hours. I don't want to keep putting you off, but it would be way awesome for me. But tomorrow, I think I'm kind of open to it. Let me just double check. Well, to be honest with you, Strawberry is getting huge because of the old rec thing. Because I don't think they really know what they want yet. I mean, they do, but
they do, but they don't.
There's 3 ladies, and they're all telling me different things, but the same thing. And so it's like, you know what? We're gonna meet Thursday morning, and we'll figure this all out. Because they need stages, they need sound, they need stuff to come up. So I think I'm good tomorrow if you want.
I'm going to class at 9, and I'll like already be there like at 10. But if it doesn't work, it's not a big deal. It's something like pressing, we can just meet.
Do you want to go 10 o'clock?
Do you have anything? I mean, if you're kind of doing stuff, we can do it after soccer. It's not like anything pressing.
I put you off for 3 weeks.
I don't care. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. So if you want to, just text me.
Okay.
Cute dress. Thank you. Hey, do you do planning and zoning or what?
I don't do Parks and Recreation.
Parks and Recreation. Can you point me to the person who does that?
Daniel, right here, the one
I'm
that's
looking for somebody who would know what my sewage capacity is for my essentially my complex. But then I don't I did it too. I did it for 6 months. Yeah. I know. I did it for 6 months. Yep. I did it for 6 months.
Yeah.
So Tina, so what happens if tomorrow I go to the place and I say, hey, the structure, because of the size of it, the structure that is there right there requires a building permit, and so does the electrical connection. That's fine.
He's like, well, I'm like,
No, you never know where. Yeah, you kind of realize there are times maybe when you gotta have something, but and I would impose them on a meeting like this, but we have the 3-minute timer when we have people to speak, and I feel like, let somebody have a little more room. Let somebody finish the thought. Let them, and do it just to everybody universally, equal treatment of the law. I'm big on that too. Yeah, it's good. It's gonna get you to rock one of these days.
I don't know if my wife would let me.
It's rewarding. It takes a lot of time. Oh yeah. We got people just encourage calmness and kindness across.
we have a guest house.
You and I have never all the
Spray for diesel.
That's what Diana, that's what we go to city, when we all see each other, neighbors and friends, and have the same faith community.
Looks like a tiny cat.
Especially on social media.
Oh, well, these are even more comfortable than they were.
You know, I get people from other states and conferences. Oh, I love your pictures. I've actually had some real estate sales. Not even mentioned real estate. That's how people say the beauty of Utah. Making a draw here. I enjoy taking the pictures, but I also do philanthropy. I found it's something I enjoy.
Well, you got talent for it.
And I have to defend myself around the county all the time. You know, that's a great opportunity.
Hey, Libby. Has it been excited for you tonight or not? Let's make it more excited for you. Looks like you're ready for it, right?
It's not my gift, but
you know, sometimes you gotta take some pictures too.
that's probably way to learn. I just snap one picture and post it.
Try different angles. You know, sometimes some of the best pictures are sometimes when you're looking at the sun and you can't really see what's on your face. And then later back, you go back in and look at it and say, wow, that was like done right.
I never seem to win. It's good to catch up with you. Thanks for all you do. Daniel, how are you? Property rights are good. I'm a fan of property rights. I believe in property rights. Guys, like, I don't know. What about me? Daniel's nice to everybody. Yes, you are. Lori is wonderful to everybody.
Except for how I got involved. I don't like that. Because I'm not one.
Because they're so old, they don't look as good. You have bills. Yeah.
We're going to get to speak to you. Someplace I've seen you on YouTube.
I did my very first podcast.
I know. So I was like,
I was so scared.
no, no.
That's what I've been doing with my wife.
Turned out all right.
One more day, 4 hours.
I think we're close. Okay. All right. Everyone's got their stretch out. So continuing on, 9C, public hearing to consider the approval of proposed site plan for a fitness center named The Training Room. The property is located at approximately 1107 West State Street in the Grove Zone, Commercial Sales Subdistrict. Daniel. And Daniel, you have to kind of talk slow because I don't think Lillian is in here yet. So, and we promised her.
Who?
Lillian. She wanted to have some.
You're right.
So talk slow.
Wait, so can we call her in by name? Someone please run out there and go get
run.
her.
I'll go see her.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, her name was.
She's right here. She's out on this side over here.
Wait, where is she?
Anybody else?
So go ahead, Daniel.
Okay. So during the break, the applicant approached me and begged me to have this one go fast.
All of us approached you and asked for that? What?
So this item, it's for a site plan. In my head, this is a very innovative type of proposal. So the applicant is James Eager. He's trying to propose a gym fitness center, kind of like a concept that unifies the idea of a gym with the idea of personalized training for professional, semi-professional athletes. So I think it's a great concept. The zone that he wants to locate his businesses at the Grove, or in the Grove, and the commercial sales sub-district. So this is the proposed location of the business right here. They already went for planning commission to consolidate these two lots. So they did that and turn it into a single commercial subdivision. So as you guys can see, this fits or lays into the Grove commercial sales, which immediately triggers the development review committee, which already review the site plan, the landscape, and the elevations, which are kind of like the architectural standards required for the zone. So I'm really excited about this project because it will help us out to clean up a big portion of the area right there that and show some improvements on the area. Like I mentioned before, they went to planning commission for also for the approval of a site plan. As you guys remember, now we passed ordinance that now if it's a single lot, it goes straight to the city council for final approval. So city engineer is still working with the applicant regarding the final items that need to be completed before he gets final approval in regards to the subdivision. So again, this item is for the site plan. We're talking about a building that has approximately 21,300 square feet. The floor plan for the place, let's see if we can see it better right there. The floor plan for the place includes a gym. Here's the area for the gym equipment. Has a workout area. It also has a indoor turf field. Thank you so much. That's why she came to help me out here. So you have a turf field. There's some sort of like a spa right here, and also some medical facilities for the athletes. I mean, the site plan goes above and beyond the requirements for the zone in regards to parking, in regards to landscape. This item went to the Planning Commission on May 8th and received unanimously approval from the Planning Commission. Here's a little bit of an idea of the type of materials they're going to use, the elevation of the buildings. There's an issue regarding the connections and the easement for the sewer, and all that will need to be finalized and revised before city engineer approves the plat. It's in regards to the connections to the sewer with the development Cambria here at the south. So they're still working that out, but the site plan totally completes with the requirements from the zone.
Daniel, is the applicant here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
So is that like a indoor soccer turf? No.
No. So
Gosh, dashed.
James Eager is my name. So the facility is primarily just a high-level gym. The turf field is about the size of a basketball court. It's designed for functional training. Just like athletes are going to be out there, they may be
Pushing
running
plates,
sprints,
ropes.
sleds,
Okay.
ropes, different things like that. It's designed to be more of a functional training area, as opposed to, sometimes gyms might have a little strip of grass. This is like, we want people to actually run team drills and stuff. So we eventually want to, well, not eventually, hopefully pretty quick when we open, we want to have, camps for football, soccer, what have you, where we bring kids in and they're actually training sport specific. It's based, my background, I used to work for BYU. I've worked in the college sports setting as well as a number of other private healthcare settings. And it's based around the same model that Division I athletes use and professional athletes use, that they have healthcare that takes care of basic day-to-day injuries they may experience. I mean, we're not doing surgery there, but if they need physical therapy and rehabilitation, even manual therapies, deep tissue massage, things like that, those are all going to be included in memberships. That's probably the most unique thing about it. The spa it's an endless pool. It's the current pools that you swim against, so it's a dual station. We've got a bunch of fancy equipment we're putting in there. It's actually going to be kind of an ideal training location for triathletes and things like that. But that's the gist of it. I don't know, what questions do you have for me?
It sounds like a great mix of concepts and ideas and something needed here in Pleasant Grove. So will they actually be able to play soccer on the turf or not that type?
Well,
like
it's
thing?
not that big. I mean, you're going to be able to do some drills and stuff, but realistically, if it's the size of a basketball court,
Yeah,
you
more
know,
more futsal size.
yeah, but it's a fairly nice turf, and so it's not going to be. It's not like the street soccer and things like
Right.
that, and height-wise, ceilings, it's 18 feet at the peak. That's below the rafters. It's actually 21 feet all the way to the roof line. At the edges, I believe it goes down to 11 feet, plus the extra feet going up into the rafters. I mean, I'd love to build a 100,000 square foot facility that has an 80,000 square foot turf field that's like a real, I mean, my office used to be the indoor practice facility at BYU.
You rent that for
It was a
$500 an
beautiful
hour.
place.
Yeah.
It's also extremely expensive, and I don't have $20 million to spend, so that's going to have to be somewhere down the road in a pipe dream. So
Yeah.
anyway.
Well, thanks for bringing a unique business to Pleasant Grove.
Thank you. So it is a public hearing, so we will open it up this time, and I think it's Lillian time. So there we go.
We've been waiting for you. I keep on having to tell my kids, okay, another hour. Okay, so my name is Lillian Halls, and I sadly am the only representative for the Cambria HOA board. And like I was saying, I've only been there for 2 months. And so some of the concerns that we've had with James has asked us if he can hook into the sewer and storm drains that we are currently using. And we have asked some of the people in the city when this was brought to our attention and we understood what was asked of us, we went and did some research and tried to get the capacity that we're currently, that our system currently can handle. And then what are we actually using? Are we using it to full capacity? Nobody wants a sewer backup, especially not in this beautiful facility. As a board, we're so excited about this facility. We feel like it will improve our land values and improve a lot of trouble areas behind our complex that is currently being used by kids who can get into a lot of dangerous situations there. So we're really excited about that. But at the same time, my question would be, what is my current capacity and what am I using and what is my excess? And as I was talking, there's some problems with the city with going forward with the plans as is.
So you talked to John, was she talking to you?
Yeah.
You're up.
I'm going to do this like most of you.
Okay.
So that is a big problem. I watch a lot of this on, on the online, and most of you do that.
Yes, we do.
And anyway, so work
Thank
on
you,
that.
John.
So this is, I don't know the capacities there, and we'll have to research that. Typically, if their sewer is private, which it could be in Cambria, we do not allow somebody else to hook to that. I know north of State Street by the theater, we have a sewer lift station, and the thought is we need to get rid of that and put a line under State Street into this vacant field and then through Macy's parking lot just south of Sonic, where Sonic used to be. And we were hoping to do that with the development of the property around the theater. Apparently, I heard tonight that's not happening, that's for sale.
Yeah.
So that was
That has
new
not been
news.
that has not been verified.
Okay, so anyway, so I'll have to talk to Marty about that when he gets back. The storm drain's another issue. We typically make them keep the water on their property and slow release it out.
So what do we do in the meantime? Because we have before us the consideration and approval for a proposed site plan. Should we wait until Marty gets back to address these issues before we approve the site plan, or?
Well, I'd recommend that you, if you choose to want to pass it conditional on all the engineering issues get worked out.
Okay.
And if we can't work it out as a city, then the applicant's not going to be able to do the site plan will not be officially approved.
Okay.
And I want the applicant to know that if the council goes that direction, sometimes they think they can pull a building permit the next day. That's not the case. They don't get a building permit until we get all this resolved through the engineering department. And once that's all resolved, then they can move forward on that.
Okay.
That way, we can address it. Once we get it addressed, the applicant can move forward in a timely manner as opposed to having to bring it back to the city council.
Does that help you, Lillian? Does that help?
I just want to make sure that we're clear that we're going to figure out what we're going to do with the sewage, regardless of if they're tying into Cambria or not, and how we can accommodate that. I mean, we really want them behind us, but we also cannot have sewage and storm drain backup.
Well, absolutely.
So
yeah, and
we hope that
the engineering department will have that discussion. I mean, we're not going to do something that's going to be detrimental to you. And if you like John says, if what you have is a private system, there might be other issues.
There has been, James has brought up some issues with easements, right? That we don't know actually who owns that easement for the sewage system. And our builder has gone bankrupt, so we don't have any of the plans or anything like that.
So our engineer can figure all that out.
You had a question?
Yeah, more than a comment. You're welcome to contact the engineering department tomorrow morning. I think Mario Gonzalez and Matt Redmond got that figured out. We've been working with the applicant. We've been reviewing these plans for quite some time now, and they have the numbers, and they can have a direct conversation with you regarding this issue.
That would be great. We contacted them last week early, and we haven't received any information back.
I'll make sure they get in touch with you.
There we go.
Thank you.
You're back.
Are you guys done with me?
Thanks, Lynn.
Yes. Any
You're a
other?
dedicated HOA board member. I don't know if most would do this this long. Thanks.
Any other comments?
Just to address this, James Eager again, just to address a couple of the issues here. When the property was developed for Cambria, they actually stubbed their storm line onto this property. It already attaches to the rear portion of the parcel. We have, if you look at the front of the plat, we have a detention pond that's capacity is designed to hold a 100-year storm. So we will capture all the water we need to, and then it's regulated by a flow valve, so we'll never overburden the storm system. As far as the sewer, we do have the fixture rates. I talked to Mario today. he wasn't able to be here tonight, neither was Marty Beaumont, but basically their explanation is it's minimal burden on the system. Cambria is a 330 unit development. We calculate our fixture rates. We don't know Cambria's exact fixture rates. When we first brought this up in a DRC, the city was actually the one who proposed that we go to Cambria to tie into their private storm and sewer. They said there's more than enough capacity on the sewer, and Mario said, yeah, we've already discussed that, and that's the case. Really, the issue is needing to get the easement granted. At some point, an easement had to have been granted. We don't know what happened to it. The previous owner of the property kind of disappeared. It's owned by some bank in Nevada right now that we're buying it from. And if we can dig that old easement up, great. For us, we're on kind of a time crunch. And so basically, I went back to Cambria and I said, it's got to be decided this week. And if it doesn't get decided this week, we may very well go and try to buy that land over by the movie theater, honestly. But that's where we stand. We understand very well the need for the easement. We're not going to develop this without it. And for us, timeline-wise, it either gets done this week or we'll find a new property. So anyway.
I think along those lines, we just need to get everybody in the room, make sure we all understand what the issues are. And if we have information that hasn't been shared with Cambria as far as capacities and things like that, we just got to communicate, it sounds like. And if there's still some things outstanding that we're not comfortable with as a city, or we can't meet the requirements, we'll let the property owner know that, hey, we're going to have to do something else. So we'll, on our end, we'll work on that. We'll get the engineering stuff figured out.
Then they'll follow up with both of you. Is that good?
Thanks.
Okay. All right. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back up here to the council. Council, comments?
I'd like to make a motion. Are we all right with that?
Go for it,
Dana. I'd like to make a motion that we approve a proposed site plan for a fitness center named the Training Room. The property is located approximately 1107 West State Street in the Grove Zone. And this is dependent that all of the engineering...
Conditioned upon all final
engineering and...
Fire. And...
Sewer, storm
drain,
easements
are resolved with Cambria.
Are resolved with Cambria.
There we go. Okay, motion by Diana, second by Ben. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion by committee.
Can I just make a quick comment? Normally, we don't hold public hearings on a site plan
No.
approval. That might have seemed a little strange. I think we had a noticing issue on our end, but and I mean, it worked out, and she wanted to speak in the open session anyway, which she would have had a right to in regards to that. But for future site plans, they won't be public hearings.
Thank
so.
you. Okay. Well, she can go back to her HOA now and say she had public time.
She did it the right
No,
way.
can you tell the story she's going to tell when she goes back to that HOA?
Okay, item 9E, public hearing to receive comments on the proposed Pleasant Grove City fiscal year 2017-18 budget. The final budget includes a comprehensive fee schedule and the Pleasant Grove City Redevelopment Agency RDA budget and providing for effective date citywide. Oh, Denise, welcome.
Remote up there. You hit button 5.
Didn't look very promising. It went black.
Coming up. You can go ahead, Denise, and then
Okay.
when you're ready to pull up the document, I'll pull it up.
I'm just going to point out a couple of things. We presented the tentative budget on May 2nd. At our meeting, we're just going to have our public hearing. We will not adopt the budget tonight. It's open for public comment. So we refer to one of the documents. It's actually page 2 in that tentative budget. It's called the one pager. And just wanted to point out a change that we're going to be making. We had asked for $50,000 to be put towards the elevator at the library. And St. John Properties made a presentation, I don't remember when, that they'll be helping us with that. So we'd like to move the 50,000 up into the city center parking lot improvements. We wouldn't be doing those for a little while until the buildings, the new public safety buildings, are completed, but there will be some need to make some changes to the parking lot with that change, and looking at doing a library drop at the library building also. So we'd just like to take those monies and move them up, that with the idea that that project will probably cost more that we have budgeted right now. So other than that, nothing's changed with the tentative budget that we presented on May 2nd.
Denise, will you go, whoa, sorry.
Wow.
Will you go over this part too, so our public has
sure.
an understanding before the public comment?
Yeah, so we refer to this as the one-pager that you hear most of the time. And so on the left, as we're doing our forecasting and we're working on the budget, we consider the information on the left as new money. And so those are just different areas. The biggest thing in taxes is actually the sales tax that we'll be collecting, and so that's an increase. And as we forecast, we just have a couple of other areas where our revenue, so we're forecasting $478,739 of revenue more than we had last year for the adopted budget. And so then when you look at the right side, those are what we're proposing to use the new money for. We have the salary and wages, a 2% increase for all employees. Benefits, which is basically medical insurance. And then when we increase wages, that does change. Our retirement percentage doesn't change, but as people make more, there's a little bit of a change there. Looking at doing a fire retention, or working on retaining firefighters so we can be competitive with other cities. And then the legal department is just to make some changes. We have a full-time prosecutor, and we have, she has some needs for some training and those type of things. Public Safety Trust Fund, we're being required by the state of Utah to participate in that, so that if we had a firefighter or a police officer that was killed on duty, that their family will receive medical insurance. And if we don't do that, then there's some bigger consequences of us. We'll be part of a trust where we will have to still pay some of it, but ongoing we wouldn't have to pay the full cost for their family. So looking at adding a part-time librarian and a full-time enforcement officer in the police department. The council voted to approve doing vote by mail. And then the last is increase our transfer to roads of $100,000. We currently do $324,620, so we'll be increasing that by $100,000. So that's just kind of a summary of that, using that new money and the items that we're using it for. And then if you want to go down, Scott, just a little bit, where I was talking about moving the $50,000. Right now, when we ended the fiscal year in 2016, we had an excess, and we're asking that we use that for capital needs. This is one-time money, and so those are the items that we're proposing that we would be doing during fiscal year 18. And so that was the 50,000. It's about 5 or 6 down that we'd be moving to be part of the city center parking lot improvements. And then Scott has 2 more items that we'll just brush over a little quick. There is in the budget document, page number 3, this is out online, there's just a summary, a consolidated budget where you can see all the other budgets. Most of the time we talk about general fund. That's the one that's the hardest to generally balance and where a lot of our expenses are, but you can see all the other funds that we will adopt a budget for. And so that's just a summary of the revenues and the expenses. And then we also included just an average monthly rate comparison. We are raising culinary, secondary, and sewer. And so on page 31 of the tentative document, we just have an average rate comparison. That's just the average home for usage. So yours may be a lot different. We're just trying to put something that's for the average use out there for you. So those 3 documents, like I said, that we didn't change anything from when it was presented on May 2nd.
Any questions for Denise?
Denise, you mentioned the library book drop, and maybe Sherry can speak to this. That can mean different things to different people. Can you describe what you have in mind for a library book drop?
I'll let Sherry cover that.
Sure, it's a big metal box that will be in the parking lot and people can drive up and put their books in it. No.
I think, is it going to be attached to the building or non-attached?
This is about $455,000 cheaper than what they have in Springville.
So then your staff will just go out and empty the book drop during the day or something?
Yes, multiple times a day.
Right now, people have to pull up. They can actually drop it outside, but they have to basically stop and get out of the car and pull in the wrong direction and run up there and drop off their books.
It's a first world problem,
Yeah,
but nonetheless, you know.
Almost everybody parks illegally where it says
Mhm.
no stopping, no parking, and gets out
So with that
finds
being
the
said,
stairs.
is your staff excited about that or not really?
Oh no, they're excited.
Oh, good.
'Cause
We'll have the
people
elevator
really
to-
appreciate it. I mean, it's
Yeah,
a
it'll be
huge
nice
thing.
for the
People have been wanting it forever.
Awesome, thank you.
Any other questions for Denise? Okay, see none. Stay close, Denise. Okay, all right. So this is a public hearing. We'll open it up this time to the public. And, okay. And see, oh, go ahead. Okay. I hesitated.
Still Lance Peacock, still live on a bad road. I appreciate all 5 of you who are elected representatives of the community. They're going to spend a considerable amount of time going over the budget, see if we can find money for some roads. I hope that our public, excuse me, I hope our public safety department is exempt from trying to cut money out of their budgets. For the other departments, I believe the majority of them are designed to benefit families and youth in particular. And I want you to be aware of that. Nothing done for kids is ever wasted. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to make sure and
Name?
stand. Drew Armstrong, Pleasant Grove. I wanted to make sure I stood up and mentioned this. I was getting a little frustrated with people saying that we needed to cut budgets more, allocate money different ways and things like that. And I dug into some of our neighbors' city budgets, specifically their general funds, and realizing that a lot of the general funds are operated very differently than ours are. Up in Cedar Hills, for example, they have the entire golf course as a separate section completely. They run it almost like a separate business. But Linden and American Fork run their general fund basically how we do. And I wanted to mention that the per capita budget that goes through the general fund in Linden is more than 3 times what ours is in Pleasant Grove. In American Fork, it's almost 3 times what ours is in Pleasant Grove. And that occurs because of the businesses that are generating the funds. As a matter of fact, our police and fire department, I think, is at, I think Linden's serving 11,000 people runs at about 80% of our total budget. So the thing is that if I lived in in American Fork or in Linden, I'd be pointing back over at Pleasant Grove saying, we need to run our city like that. We need to run our budget like they do. They're getting more done for less, by far. And I just want to commend you and thank you for running on such a razor-thin budget. Both the police and fire departments, all of our departments here in Pleasant Grove, and I really think that you should allocate more money, and I think some of the other developers would probably mention that as well, to planning and zoning and the engineering departments, because those guys are trying to do way too much work with way too little as far as employees go. So,
Thank you.
Any others? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and bring up here for any other follow-up discussion. I don't think we're taking a motion or anything on this, so. Any other discussion?
We've discussed this.
What's that?
We've discussed it.
We have discussed it a lot.
Times, and thank you, Denise, for your work on the budget.
Just a reminder, this is on our agenda in 2 weeks to adopt the final budget.
Thank you. Okay, item number 10A. Denise, we'll let you escape. There. These are action items ready for a vote. 10A, to consider approval of single lot subdivision plat called Don Anderson PG subdivision. The new plat includes the vacation of a lot 12 from the Wade Springs subdivision plat G on property located approximately 899 East, 1190 North in the R19 single family residential zone, Big Springs neighborhood. Daniel, welcome back.
Thank you. Oh, there we go. Council, so this item is for it's the final approval of a single lot subdivision. When the applicants submit this application, it still fell under the past ordinance where we still present these items or single lots, minor subdivisions to you. The applicant is Don Anderson. The location of the lot is at 899 East, 1190 North. Again, like I mentioned, it's for single lot subdivision. We're talking approximately 29,654 square feet. So recently we had an application for the annexation of 1.94 acres right here. In order to do that, pretty sure you remember this better than me. We have to amend the annexation policy plan, and once it was annexed, we have to rezone it as well because automatically fell into the A1 zone. So all that is done. So the next step is the plat. So let me see if I can. All right. So you guys are from the council is familiar with the location. So that's the plat that it was presented at the beginning. There were some discussions regarding the location of certain easements in the plat. So then engineering staff as well as planning staff took it back, worked on this, and this is the final plat. Okay, so this plat already has been reviewed and approved by city engineer. I've heard some rumors, or some people call me regarding that there might be some re-subdivision of this lot. That's incorrect. This is always going to be a single lot. It doesn't have enough frontage to subdivide it, and city code doesn't allow a flag lot to be developed in a cul-de-sac. So this will always stay as a single lot. City staff, and more specific engineer staff, wrote a letter regarding that the plat as it is, it's not for the modification is needed to the plat, for the staff to recommend approval of this plat.
Thank you, Daniel. Any comments or questions for Daniel? If none, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Ben.
Let's approve a single lot subdivision plat called Don Anderson PG subdivision. The new plat including a vacation of lot 12 from the Wade Springs subdivision plat G on property located approximately 899 East, 1190 North in the R19 single family residential zone in the Big Springs neighborhood of Pleasant Grove City.
Motion by Ben. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Diana. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, item 10B, to consider for adoption resolution 2017-034, authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement between the Strawberry Days Association and Pleasant Grove City for Strawberry Days celebration and providing for effective date.
Yeah,
Scott.
let me pull this up. Just a little bit of the history. There's quite a bit of history with Strawberry Days. It's been going on for
97 years.
97. I know we're coming up on 100.
Yeah.
In the next
in a
few
few
years.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure
Started
will be
in 1921 for Strawberry Days.
Longest continuous
Longest
running
continuing
one.
running celebration in Utah.
Look at you.
So,
I can keep going.
yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. During those 97 years, the city and the association, or those that were running Strawberry Days, worked together in essence, without a contract. Early on, if you look at the bylaws from the 50s, it was all the different church groups, the wards in Pleasant Grove City were the ones that were tasked to do certain things as far as putting on the events. And the city was party to helping out with that. In 1962 that the Strawberry Days became its own entity, the association, Strawberry Days Association. And they operated under that association for a while. We found out just last year sometime that, and they found out, I think at the same time, that their entity status had expired. I want to say it was in 2003. As soon as they found that out, they went and got renewed, and so they were renewed latter part of last year. In the meantime, we had discussions 3 or 4 years ago about the city's role, whether we should own the event, whether we shouldn't. We started making certain strides in more of a partnership, maybe a little bit more in a partnership, but something where the city was going to be more involved in the decision making with Strawberry Days. As we did that, we got to a certain point, and then we stopped pursuing that and took a step back from that, and that's kind of where we're at today. So the Strawberry Days Association is the one that runs the event. The city provides support in certain ways, and this agreement is to solidify the relationship between Pleasant Grove City and the Strawberry Days Association. This is not, there's cities when it comes to their celebrations, some cities own it all and they do it all. Some cities contract it out, or they have a contract with the association that does it. The best example in who we borrowed this agreement from was Provo and the Freedom Festival. So Provo City provides certain services to the festival, and the festival is the one who actually runs the event. So we got a copy of their agreement and patterned that and customized it to what we do. Will you, Daniel, can you kind of hit the end light there so people can see this? Thank you. I'll make that a little bigger. Hopefully people can read it. So this is something, as we sat down with the Strawberry Days Association, that we tried to mirror what the actions have been in the past. There were a few things that both the city and Strawberry Days, we had to talk about and say, okay, who owns this? Is it you or is it us? And so we went through that, went through each of the events, went through certain aspects, liability insurance, the rodeo, things like that, and said, okay, who owns this? And then we formulated this agreement to approach that. So, and I know Ben talked to me about the whereas clause, the first one, Ben, saying that Strawberry Days has been incorporated since 1962, approximately, as a corporate entity. There is a gap in there where they were not, so 2003 to 2016. If we need to change the whereas clauses, if that makes people feel comfortable that and they weren't an official corporate entity, we can make the changes to that. So I just wanted to point that out. So in the agreement, here's what the city agrees to. So we're going to agree to funding, our funding portion is with certain in-kind services at a level not to exceed $60,000 annually. We recognize that we don't receive full value for the services in return, but recognize the value of the community event and desire to participate in ensuring a successful celebration of the city's heritage and traditions. So in essence, we are a partner in this. We are almost maybe sponsors too loose of a term, but we have a financial interest in making sure that this event can be pulled off. The in-kind services we're talking about, the city provides, and these are, again, mirror what we've done in the past. We provide public safety, police, fire, and ambulance coverage. We provide other departmental and staff support. which comes from our Parks, Recreation, and Public Works departments on an as-needed basis after request by Strawberry Days Association and approval by the city. So when we have certain events going on and we're having an issue with power, we're having an issue with a sprinkler or something like that, then our departments get called and we come in and we fix that problem. The city will ensure that city parks and facilities used for the celebration will be adequately prepared for that, so watered and maintained in advance. We will also, and this is consistent with what we've done in the past, we'll provide registration services for our events, Strawberry Days Association events, and independent events through our sports registration software that we have at the rec center. So in essence, we have a program that if you're going to schedule an event and people need to sign up and pay their $20 or whatever, we have an ability to do that. Strawberry Days Association doesn't have that ability. They don't own that software and the independent event. So this is the city saying we're going to help you out with that. So we talk about use of the rodeo grounds. We'll allow the Strawberry Days Association to use the rodeo grounds free of charge for the rodeo event during the celebration, including the Rodeo Queen contests. City agrees to allow use of the rodeo grounds from the Saturday prior to the commencement of the Strawberry Days celebration each year until the Sunday after. So they do a little prep work before the rodeo starts. When the rodeo's over, they do some cleanup and things of that nature. They do use other city properties for events. The city will allow Strawberry Days Association to use city property and facilities for events and meetings associated with the celebration, including but not limited to, we try to get everything. We might have missed something. They use our city council chambers for their meetings. They use the downtown park for the carnival, Veterans Park for the concert in the park, Shannon Fields for fireworks and rodeo parking, the Senior Center for the Rodeo Queen events, Locust Avenue property for the Huck Finn fishing event, and the Rec Center for arts contest and safety fair. So they use city facilities in order to make sure that we can provide these events to the community. We also provide server space for the Strawberry Days website. So we host it on our server. Strawberry Days will pay for the website manager. So we have an individual we pay to do our website services. And I think they're using the same person, but they're going to pay them for their services. The city will not do that. And we will maintain the general liability insurance for the rodeo ground property. So that's something that we've done in the past, and we want to make sure that was clear in the agreement. So here's the events. City desires to sponsor and be responsible for certain events that occur during the celebration. So these are on the Strawberry Days calendar, but these are events that we own as a city. We run them. We pay the staff to put them off, to pull them off, and so we agree to pay any costs associated with the following events: the Miss Pleasant Grove pageant, the float and the driver for Miss Pleasant Grove's participation in summer parades. So they'll be in other parades in other communities. We provide fish for Huck Finn Day. The Strawberry Days Association will handle all other aspects of that event. There's an event called the Queen's Tea. We have a free swim night at the Veterans Memorial Pool, a volleyball tournament, a pickleball tournament, a baby contest, and a princess party. So we reserve the right as a city to add or remove events from this list at our discretion. So at any time, if we're done providing a volleyball tournament, we just let them know, we're not doing this anymore, don't put it on the schedule, we're not going to do that. If we want to add an event, say we're going to do a soccer event this year, we let them know and they put it on the schedule, but the costs are ours as far as running that event. Strawberry Days Association agrees to the following. On the rodeo, they agree to be responsible for all aspects of delivering a PRCA rodeo during the celebration for at least 4 nights, if weather permits, including concessions. So they're the ones that handle the concessions. They receive the revenue from the concessions. They are the ones that deliver the rodeo. They keep the revenue from the rodeo. Insurance, Strawberry Days Association will indemnify the city for any claims resulting from the PRCA rodeo event. So in essence, we're insuring the facility, but if a cowboy gets hurt, that's not the city's responsibility. Scheduling, Strawberry Days Association will be responsible to create and coordinate the scheduling of all events associated with the celebration. So when you see the schedule that comes out, that's the Strawberry Days Association that does that. That's not the city that puts that together. The carnival will also be their responsibility in all aspects of providing the carnival for the celebration. The carnival contractor must provide a certificate of liability insurance with city listed as additional insured and amounts to be determined by the city. So that's something that they have provided in the past. They provide a brochure. Some of you probably got this in the mail in the last day or two. They'll be responsible for all aspects of producing that brochure, including the schedule and information for all events associated with the celebration. They're the ones that sell the ad space in that, and they're the ones that keep the revenue from the ad space. As far as parades are concerned, they'll be responsible for all aspects of the Grand Parade and the Children's Parade. Sanitation services, they'll be responsible for scheduling and paying for all solid waste dumpsters and portable restrooms for all events. Independent events. These are events that are not run by the city and not run by Strawberry Days. So they'll schedule and advertise in the brochure and cooperate with sponsors of independent events, which include but are not limited to a golf tournament, a 5K race, car show, fireman's breakfast, author tea. Other events as approved by Strawberry Days Association. City will not have any responsibility for individual independent events that are sponsored by other entities. On some of these events, the associations are involved. For instance, the Police Association does the car show. The Fireman's Breakfast is done by the Fire Association. It's in our facility that the city owns, but that is a fundraiser for the Fire Association. The car show, I don't know, you probably don't, you just sponsor it, right? I mean, you don't necessarily. Oh, the Colonels, thank you, that do that. The 5K race is a joint deal with the Police and Fire Association. In exchange for city sponsorship of in-kind services, Strawberry Days Association will provide this Pleasant Grove City logo to be featured on the celebration website and in print and media ads for celebration events. The mayor's letter, which is again something that's been provided the last few years, where he'll write a letter that's in the brochure free of charge to the city. Strawberry Days Association will provide 300 rodeo tickets to the city. The parties acknowledge that the city may use the tickets as determined by city policy, including use by elected officials in the course of their official duties, tokens of appreciation for employees or volunteers, or promotion of the city. In the past, those tickets have gone to city employees. What this says is that the city council will decide. If they want to use them for the employees, they have the right to do that. If they want to use them for promotion of the city and give them to other people, they have the right to do that. Just within their, you'll have the discretion on how you want to distribute the tickets. That's what it boils down to. Both entities agreed to the following, that we are going to work on a 5-year capital plan for the rodeo ground improvements, to review that plan and update it annually. We've already had a meeting with them, I want to say it was a couple months ago, because the Strawberry Days Association, through the rodeo, will take monies that they have and they will build a new facility out there, a new restroom, a new concession stand or whatever. And we as a city just want to make sure we know what's on the horizon, what they're planning. It is our land, and once those things are built, they become our facilities. So we just want to make sure we're communicating on that, and that's the purpose of the 5-year capital facilities plan. City and Strawberries Association will hold an annual reconciliation meeting wherein the financial accountants for each entity will cooperate in reconciling expenditures and provide reimbursement as necessary. This is something that's happened in the past as well. As the bills come in and they get paid, sometimes Strawberry Days is paying for city things and city's paying for Strawberry Days things. And so they sit down and they reconcile, making sure that the money is spent where it was supposed to be spent. City and Strawberry Days Association will hold an annual meeting wherein the celebration will be reviewed and events and coordination will be evaluated in preparation for next year's celebration. We just call that a debriefing, where the committee and the city sit down and they go over the events and what worked and what didn't and what do we need to do better next year, and really just have a communication and coordination for what's going to happen in the future. The term of the agreement is for 5 years from the date of execution. This agreement will automatically renew for 5 additional 1-year periods, and upon the same conditions and terms as stated herein, based upon the city's fiscal year, July 1st to June 30th. so long as the city's municipal council appropriates funds necessary to meet the city's obligation under this agreement. The automatic renewals to be effective unless terminated by either party upon giving the other party at least 1 year written notice. So if there is a time that the city says we're not going to participate anymore, or if Strawberry Days says we're not going to participate anymore, we have 1 more year to work together to pull it off, and then we go our separate ways. So that's the out clause. What we don't want is an out clause given to us on June 1st, and then we don't know what to do. So that's why we have the 1 year notice. Funding may be reduced or discontinued at the discretion of the city, including but not limited to a determination that the consideration provided by the parties is not of sufficient value. So that's for us just to determine if we feel like the event is not living up to our expectation, we have the right to terminate on our end and say we're done working with Strawberry Days Association. We have the indemnification clause for the Strawberry Days, so defend, indemnify, and save a harmless city and all its officers, agents. So that's a standard indemnification clause if you want to read through it, but that's to make sure the city's protected with our interest based on what's going on with Strawberry Days. We have a third-party beneficiaries. It's not intended to create any third-party beneficiary rights. We understand that all the rights are enforcement and terms are between us and Strawberry Days Association. And then the amendment, the agreement embodies the entire agreement between the parties and should not be altered except in writing signed by both parties. And then the notice. Okay, that's a lot there.
You survived.
Any questions?
Yes, lots of questions. And let me preface my comments and questions with compliments of the effort that's been invested in trying to get to this point. It certainly is a more professional approach than what we've seen in recent years to try to get a contractual formulation of where we stand with this association. I appreciate you mentioning the whereas clauses. I can't agree to a whereas clause that's factually false, and so if we can amend the first one, that would be helpful. But I want to ask some questions about a number of these paragraphs, make sure I understand the intent, and then highlight a few areas that I would recommend we adjust to be more protective of the taxpayer, more protective of the public in Pleasant Grove, and to make sure that we're being thoughtful and professional in the way we approach this relationship. In the very first paragraph under the agreement itself and funding, we talk about the in-kind services at a level not to exceed $60,000 annually, and I was hoping that you might explain what kinds of practices we'll have in place to gauge that. Are we going to account overtime every year to make sure that we're not in violation of that clause? How are we intending to monitor that on an ongoing basis as a city?
In some regards, a lot of that isn't determined until after the event is over. So if we need to have something in there that says that anything over that, the Strawberry Days needs to reimburse the city, we can add something like that in there. But on the fly, we're not going to know the full overtime cost until a few weeks till after the event's over. So the $60,000 was chosen. I think right now, according to our analysis, it's like $52,000 or something that we do in kind. So that just gives us a little wiggle room as employee pay goes up a little bit over time, and eventually we'll have to revisit that $60,000 number and see if that's still something we're willing to do. Our experience just has told us so far we have not exceeded a $60,000, so I guess we didn't really account for what happens if it happens, but we don't find out till after the fact. Right.
I like your recommendation that we do include a clause there about reimbursement if we do exceed the number that we choose going forward. And I think you're right. It's a point well taken that we may need to update that as inflation or costs of compensation change. I'm looking at paragraph clause 2, subsection E here, where it talks about the website server space and currently the city covers the website manager, is that right?
Yeah, we've paid for that person in the past to do that for Strawberry Days.
Is there a reason why? I mean, the server space is a very minor cost of that formula, and if we're looking to try to increase separation between the city and this entity, it might make more sense to not have us host the website even.
I guess in our line of thinking, we're already hosting it, so for them to go find another place to host it, I mean, that's something that we could do. We just said, we're okay to host it, you just pay for the guy. That was our discussion, I guess, with them.
I mean, it's still a separate domain. It's not actually on the city site. It's strawberrydays.org instead of pleasantgrove.org or plgrove.org.
Well, it's just who's hosting it, who's
Correct.
paying for the cost to host it. So the address and all that stuff is what it is. I mean, we'll link it on our website just because
Right.
we'll have residents going to our website looking for that website, just like any other thing that we would link. So
Yes, I'm just saying I just don't see the issue because it is a different domain. While it's on the same server, I don't think in the big scheme of things, residents are going to dig into what server is which, and I just don't see that as an issue.
Well, like I said, we already host it, and we offered administratively when we had the discussion, we'll continue to host it, but will you pay for the person to maintain it that's doing your
Yeah,
part?
I just hate to get so nitpicky to the point where we're kind of splitting hairs here. So
In paragraph 3, clause 3 here, we have this list of city-sponsored events. So you indicated, Scott, as you described this series of events, the city owns these, has responsibility for them. Do we also get the proceeds of these events? I'm thinking of in particular like the baby contest H. I've been told the entry fees are substantial when you add up all the entries into that contest. That proceed goes to the city as well.
Yeah, we're making sure that that's clear.
Okay.
I think in the past on some of these events, the city was getting the revenue and Strawberry Days was paying the expense and vice versa.
Okay.
And so when we sat down and went through each event, we said, okay, who's collecting it, who's paying for it? And with the understanding that we're not going to have that mixed anymore. If the city owns it, we're going to collect the revenue, we're going to spend it, and whatever excess is left stays in the city budget.
So I don't think that's explicit here in paragraph 3. It says the city agrees to pay any costs associated with the following events, but it doesn't say, and if our effort is to make this clear, I think it would behoove us to include a clause that says the city will be paying for these expenses and retaining any proceeds from any of these events to the extent that they generate.
Okay, I mean, we'll just put in there that the city keeps the revenue, something along those lines.
Perfect.
and just to clarify, the baby contest is $10 per category, so it's not a, I would say, $100,000 event. It's $10
Well,
per
none
category.
of these are, but I mean,
But
we have a
yeah,
lot of
there's-
cute babies in our city,
Yeah.
right? And
So if you enter
everybody
multiple
wants to share.
categories or had twins or triplets, it might be somewhat of an
Yeah.
investment, but yeah.
Bankrupt some families.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll make that change, Ben.
Thanks. I appreciate this line here that the city reserves the right to add or remove. I think that's actually very advantageous for the city in this negotiation. I'm just going through all these one by one in my mind. At number 7 here of the clauses is about the carnival. We have SDA will be responsible for all aspects of providing a carnival. Is it correct, my understanding, that the city currently provides the utilities, the electricity to run rides and stuff is all tapped through the city's lines, or is that not correct?
That's probably, what do you know, Dan?
Yeah, they have their own in-house.
Do they? We invoice them for all the utilities? And the revenue of that, whatever the carnival pays in whatever access rights goes to the SDA.
Stays with them, yep.
Stays with them.
Contracts with them.
Okay, but they get invoiced by the city for utilities. In paragraph 12, we talk a little bit about the city logo. Do we have any kind of restrictions in place on how that logo can and can't be used? Or some kind of I would recommend that we include language that we approve the way that they use the logo. Not only that do they have to use our logo, but that we get to verify and confirm that we are comfortable with the way they've used it, if they use it in more places than just on the website and print media materials. It seems like it would be in our interest to make sure that we've ensured a right to approve or reject the way that they're using our logo.
I think we already have that.
We have a a manual about how our city logo is to be used that governs that, but also 12 is intended to be not that they get to use our logo, it's in exchange for our in-kind services that we've provided. They agree that our logo is going to be on their advertising material.
Right.
So it's not that they're going to get a benefit from using our logo, it's that we're going to get the benefit by having our logo on their materials. And I assume that in the process, we approve how the logo is being used in the brochure because we have representation on the committee.
Yeah, it seems to me like that's something that ought to be more explicit in the contract. I recognize and appreciate that this is intended to be a benefit for the city. The reality is it's a mutual benefit, and it's something where I would want us to have explicit authorization in this contract to approve or reject that use of our logo.
I'm actually fine with it as it is. I don't think there's any ill intent going on to sabotage the city logo, so I'm actually fine with that.
Number 13, there's a paragraph that says, the city and SDA agree to cooperate on creating a 5-year capital lease facilities plan for rodeo ground improvements and review said plan and updated annually. I'm curious what we have in terms of an intent there. What's the expectation there? And when we come up with a capital facilities plan, are we expecting that there will be requests that the city contribute to capital improvements, or is that going to be funded off of the profits and proceeds of the rodeo, the other activities? What's the intent with that capital facilities plan?
So the history is there were times where, and this is years ago, I think we've cleaned some of this stuff up in the recent history, that they would come in and make some improvements to the lights, and we wouldn't know. I mean, they just go in and do it. So it is, I mean, I can't remember how long ago, 4 or 5 years ago, we told them, look, we got to communicate on this. I mean, there are some things, building permits, things like that. So we've gotten better at regulating that. The intent of the plan is to make sure we as a city know what they're planning on doing. And the funding is something that they've talked to us about, that they would like city participation. My reply to them was, give us a proposal in February when we're in our budget discussions, and it can go up against every other one-time expense that we have with the city. So this doesn't discuss funding. Funding to me is going to be based on whatever the proposal is going to come from them. We've participated in a couple things out there. Most of the time they've paid for the full cost. So I think in their mind sometimes it's, hey, it'd be nice if you own this, you gain benefit from this, maybe you ought to help pay for part of this. And my response to him was, send us a proposal. So we didn't receive anything this year. I don't know how that's going to affect the future. That's the intent, Ben.
Thanks, Scott. That's helpful. In paragraph 14, we talk about an annual reconciliation meeting wherein the financial accountants for each entity will cooperate in reconciling expenditures. Under the existing bylaws of Strawberry Days, they're obligated to provide a financial report to the council of the activities. That hasn't always happened. We had something akin to that happen last year as several members of this body asked questions about the finances of the event. But I think it would be in our interest to continue to expect some kind of a presentation to the city council about the finances and get some updates about how things are handled and what's being handled, because again, with the use of the city logo and other entanglements that will still exist even with a contract and even with this movement towards an effort to disentangle, we're still going to have people in the community that think we're intertwined with Strawberry Days, and they're going to want to understand what happens with the finances there. And I think it's in our interest to have that kind of a presentation as outlined in the current Strawberry Days Association bylaws. So I would recommend.
Just so I can clarify, so I think they've updated their bylaws recently. I would say in the last couple months or so.
Okay.
And I haven't read the new bylaws, so I don't know if it addresses that. The bylaws they were operating under were the 1952 bylaws, and it did say in there that they would make a report to the city council. So I don't know if they changed it and their bylaws govern them.
Right, and to the extent that they become a separate entity, we won't be able to insist on anything in their bylaws. They can change their bylaws at their own discretion, and so the only protections we have to have some review and informational expectation will be in this contract.
That's exactly right.
And so that's why I'm recommending that we include something to that effect as an additional paragraph here.
I don't know how the rest of the council feels about that, but
I think that's up to them. So I'm not speaking for everyone, so it's up to them.
Well, in the interest of the public in Pleasant Grove, we ought to be able to evaluate whether or not we're getting good value from this kind of a contract, and we can't make any meaningful evaluation without any kind of data. You can't make an evaluation in the vacuum of information.
I think judging by the turnout and the love for Strawberry Days and who comes out, I think they're a separate entity. They have their bylaws if they want to present that, and there is a value. And I think using the words entanglement and it's sounding like us against them, and this should be more of a partnership. It's not city against Strawberry Days and we're watching over their shoulder to make sure that there's no corruption going on. It just sounds very negative and very like we're not working together. And I just don't feel like we need to go down that route. I think the reconciliation between the two entities will resolve any questions we have. And I don't know what more we need beyond that other than we're trying to micromanage an entity that's now going to be separate. So that's my thoughts.
I disagree with that characterization. I think it's professional and fully appropriate in any kind of partnership to make sure we get the contractual language correct.
And we are with the annual reconciliation as outlined in the entity agreement. So I feel that's going to happen. Beyond that, if they want to come present more to us at that time, but the reconciliation between the two parties will cover that concern.
Do you have any other questions, man?
It doesn't cover the concern that I have. It doesn't, as a matter of legal practicality, actually address the concern I'm articulating. On paragraph 16, we have general terms where we talk about a 5-year agreement. I've had members of the public call me and question whether a 5-year agreement or whatever the term might be, a 10-year agreement, however long it might be, if that doesn't run afoul of an articulated concern that this council shouldn't bind a future council. And so I would love to hear, maybe Tina, you could speak to that concern of whether making this an ongoing, in my view, it might make sense. Well, and I've articulated in the past that the most professional and appropriate arm's length way to address a situation like this would be to have a competitive bidding process. But in the time period that we face to pull off a beloved event, we should consider a 1-year term. But a 5-year term has raised concerns amongst members of the public that it does bind a future council to an agreement they may not agree with.
So the express language in the agreement says, so long as the city's municipal council appropriates funds necessary to meet the city's obligation under this agreement. That's the language that addresses the issue of councils not binding future councils with regard to budget. Budget allocations are annual determinations, and that language allows the city, if in some budget year we decided we didn't have the money or they didn't want to spend the money in that direction, then that's the out right there.
And I'm sorry, you mentioned competitive bidding process. Can you explain what you're referring to?
Yeah, so for example, our state auditor recommends when these kind of details are engaged, when we create a contract with an outside entity, that you allow multiple outside entities to all bid for the same opportunity. Say we would host that festival and we would do it with a $30,000 in-kind contribution. We would do it for a $20,000 in-kind contribution from the city, and we would give you back this much of the percentage of the proceeds of the rodeo day event or whatever. The opportunity to have multiple entities compete for the opportunity to provide this service to the city would, through a free market, presumably generate a greater value for the taxpayers in Pleasant Grove and a better opportunity for us to have more value for the people that we are responsible and accountable to.
So right now it's run by city volunteers who love the city and the celebration. So are you suggesting taking that away from them and finding a for-profit organization that could really turn this into a money-making operation to see how much we could profit?
No, not at all. That's a gross mischaracterization of what I just said. There are already individuals that are making revenue from this event, and so there might be there's an entity, Strawberry Days Association, that makes profits off of the rodeo and the other contributions that come. And so we don't know the details because we haven't had full financial disclosure, right? But to the extent that there are profits to be had, and others have already turned it into a money-making venture, the city would be wise stewards of the taxpayers' resources to expect a competitive bidding process to find the person that can provide the greatest, or the entity or the organization that would be most willing to do it in a arrangement that is most attractive to the city. So that would be what I would recommend, and that is what, frankly, the state auditor recommends. That's how these kinds of arrangements are typically formulated, is my understanding. So I would recommend that be considered. In paragraph 17.
So sorry, going back to that for a second. So can you give an example of who would come in and run Strawberry Days, or who would we would bid out to through a competitive bidding process?
Several months ago, we were getting, or at least I was receiving emails from different entities that could host rodeos that were asking for opportunities to do that for Pleasant Grove City. I think there was an email sent to the whole elected body here and to the city administration that was offering to step in and do that service in a way that was more financially advantageous to the city because they were willing to give up more of their profits, presumably. I don't know a lot of the entities that are involved in this realm, but they exist out there, and there are opportunities to find a situation where we get the most transparency, the most participation, the most influence, the most say, the most things that the public in Pleasant Grove might want. And so that as a practical matter of good contracting, I would recommend that as a superior approach, at least maybe not this year given the time frame we have, but in future years. So that's something I'm suggesting we consider. Paragraph 17 talks about the indemnification provision. When you described this, Scott, you talked about how it was to protect the city because Strawberry Days agrees to indemnify and hold harmless, but halfway through the paragraph, we see it's actually a mutual and reciprocal indemnification requirement where the city also has to defend and indemnify and hold harmless Strawberry Days Association and its officers, agents, and employees. And I wouldn't recommend we agree to an indemnification provision that is mutual and reciprocal and unlimited. I would put a cap on it. I would say up to, and in fact, we even say in here that we're required to maintain, corporation and city agree to maintain adequate insurance to provide for the above required indemnification. And so I would put a clause in there, and Tina, you might want to just insert a sentence here that says the indemnification, at least on the city side, I mean, if Strawberry Days wants to agree to unlimited indemnification, that's fine, but we as a city shouldn't agree to unlimited indemnification. We should cap it at the amount of the insurance. And I think we ought to be specific about what kind of insurance level would be considered adequate. So I would recommend that in paragraph 17. In paragraph 20, I have...
Tina had a comment.
We can talk about this maybe offline and do a little bit of research, but we are already capped with the governmental immunity caps under the state statute. So it's not unlimited liability. We already enjoy some caps on there for governmental immunity, and the mutual indemnification is if, you know, anybody on their side causes the problem, they indemnify us. If anybody on our side causes the problem, we indemnify them. So we're not just giving them a blanket indemnification. We're saying if somebody that belongs to Pleasant Grove City is negligent in some fashion and causes an injury, we're not going to make Strawberry Days pay for that. So that's the intent of that paragraph.
Thanks. I see that. On paragraph 20, where they have the notices, we note here that Strawberry Days Association still needs an address. My understanding is their most recent corporate filing, when they became an entity in December of last year, they used the city's address for that filing. Do they still use the city's address?
Told me they amended it, and I'm not sure what they use. In fact, I apologize, when I put this together, Lisa Young gave me her home address to be the one to notify that. So I just, it's her address, attention
Okay.
Lisa Young, and
Okay.
I'll put that in there.
And that, and yeah.
Name and address.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. And the,
Yes.
Yeah, and the emailed version just has this red text. Okay. So those are some of my concerns and considerations, and I would recommend that we as a council of Pleasant Grove City strengthen some of the language, incorporate some of those recommendations, all of those recommendations I just suggested. Thanks.
Well, Scott.
Thanks for answering the question.
Yes.
Good.
Scott, I think it's the second whereas we're dealing with the dates. We can probably just put both dates on there, 1962 through such and such, and then begin again on the new date to current, right?
We're talking about this.
The second whereas.
Second?
At first, mine shows is the second, but
You're referring to whereas the Strawberry Days Association has been incorporated since approximately 1962 as a corporate entity.
Yeah. We can list the dates outright, 1962
Oh yeah, I think it's
through
1962 to 2003.
Okay.
2016 to dash. No, and we can clean that up. That's.
I think we're fine on the city logo. I think Tina talked about the 5 year.
Mind if I ask Eric what the first whereas clause is on the printed version?
Let me read it here. Whereas Pleasant Grove City is a political subdivision of the state of Utah, the state, and is duly organized and existing pursuant to the constitutional laws of the state. And then the one we're talking about.
That's a typical and appropriate clause. Are there any other
No,
variations between
that's it.
that printed version and this?
No, that's it. Besides that and the address.
So that's the difference. So the authorizing resolution has the other, whereas clauses in it, whereas the contract starts with.
No, I have it right here. Okay.
It's just a difference. You're looking at two different documents.
Okay. So, council, do you have anything else? Okay. Anything else? Okay, I think, Scott, we can take a motion on that. Is that correct? With said changes or with? I recommend. Yeah.
Yes, if there are changes to what's printed here as you make the motion, just please state what you'd like to have it say.
I put in, that what he's talking about, the second with the dates. The address changes on here, so we're good there. I think we talked about the city logo, so I think we're good there. It's whoever makes the motion needs to then.
I make the motion that we adopt resolution 2017-034, authorizing the mayor pro tem to enter into an agreement between the Strawberry Day Association and Pleasant Grove City for Strawberry Day celebration, providing for an effective date with the changes as read by the mayor pro tem.
We have a motion by Sid. Do I have a second?
Point of clarification. What changes did you intend, Mayor Pro Tem?
So I made the recommendation that the address change, not address, the date change, inclusion, and then the address is already on here, but if we need to say that, we can. And that's what
The dates on the second clause.
Yes, the dates.
So I recommended about a dozen different changes, a sentence in paragraph 1, a sentence in paragraph.
So we have a, we have a motion, so we'll
I
leave
just want
it.
to make sure I understand what the motion is.
Yeah, sure.
And what it includes. Because if it doesn't include all my recommendations, I can't support it.
Okay, so I have the date change, Scott.
Well, is that necessary?
I don't know if that's necessary, but it can be changed. But if we need to say it, we need to say it.
You guys, you tell me
It's
what you
necessary
want.
to be factually accurate, so.
So approximately, is it exactly 1962?
It's approximately 1962. I don't know.
And then I have,
1962 when they filed for their first incorporation.
and then the address change.
So not including the amendments to paragraph 1.
Sorry, and then they had one other one here, and the council can discuss it. The city keeps the revenue. I think we had that in there. We can add that. So the date change, city keeps the revenue on item number 3, and then the address change.
Right, so
So
that,
Sid
are
wants
you
to-
all right with that, Sid? Okay.
And there was a sentence in paragraph 1 where we talked about reimbursement if we do exceed the 60,000. That's not included in the motion.
I'm okay with that. Because we haven't exceeded it. I'm okay with it how it's written right now.
So I have a motion by Sid.
I know
I
that.
can include that the any excess amount over 60,000 will be reviewed and reimbursed by first reviewed and then reimbursed by the Strawberry Association to the city.
Tina?
I was just going to make the comment. I mean, we can make this change, but that's a significant change in term that hasn't been negotiated with them or brought up with them, and so
That's actually a good point.
we would have to recognize that if they didn't agree to it, then we'd have to bring the agreement back for reapproval.
I'm comfortable with that, even if it costs. I think it's worth making sure we're protecting the public in every way we can.
I feel protected, so
I do too.
I'm actually okay with this as it's written. So, do you want to?
So I have a motion by Sid with those said changes. Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Second by Diana. Okay, by voice, Lynn.
Yes.
Ben?
You said changes. We got to be very explicit on this.
Again, with the dates, with the city keeps its revenue on number 3 and the address.
And Sid did say the language in paragraph 1.
But that can't be, it sounds like binding at this point because the other entity, Strawberry Days, has not agreed to it.
I'm not saying that it's not binding. If you want to make the motion to include that, you can. What I'm saying is that's a new term that is going to.
They'll need to be agreed upon.
They may not agree to it. If they don't, then this agreement's going to come back to you for decision on whether or not you're still willing to enter into it.
I'm okay with including it in there and just talking with them. And I mean, right now, based off the numbers, we haven't come close to the 60,000. So I think there's definitely room for, what needs to happen. But if that covers us, if they exceed that amount, then that's fine. So those are the 4 changes. 3.
So we have a motion by Sid and a second by Diana. So again, Lynn?
Yes.
Ben?
I don't think that includes everything that we need to have to adequately protect the public. My vote is a no at this point.
Okay, thank you.
For the reasons stated.
Sid?
Yes.
Eric, yes. Diana? Okay, it passes. Thank you, Scott.
I'm up here the rest of the night, so let's go to the
were
next
ya?
one.
I tried to give you escape.
Thank you for the efforts to get that in a little bit stronger position for the city. Everybody up here.
Appreciate the council moving forward on it. So,
Second, Scott, sorry. All right. Next item, 11A, items for discussion. Discussion and direction from the council regarding EDC Utah memberships. Scott.
we are memberships of EDC. We are a member of EDC Utah, which is the Economic Development Corporation of Utah. It is a public-private partnership. It's an entity that's funded mostly by corporate businesses and some by city governments or local governments to help bring economic development into the state. We last year decided as a community, as a city, that we would join them. We had not been a member before, and we decided that we would pay the $8,900 entry fee, or not entry fee, membership fee, to be a part of that. With the understanding that when it came due a year later, we would have another discussion as to whether this is something that was beneficial to us. So when I received the invoice, I asked the mayor, what do you want to do? And he said, let's put it on the agenda and talk about it to see if we want to renew our membership. And so I almost get to be a lawyer on this one. I can argue both sides of this one pretty good. I'm going to list some of the benefits that I think we received from EDC Utah. Number one, there are certain grants that we were able to receive. These grants were in the neighborhood of $500 to $1,000. One of them was to help put on our Economic Development Summit last September. They also help fund promotional materials, things like that if we're promoting our city. We've received a grant on that. I don't think we've spent that one yet, but we have received approval on that grant. And then we also have been approved with a grant to help training or business recruitment or things like that. So I went to the ICSC conference in Las Vegas a couple weeks ago, and we're using part of that grant to pay for my costs to be down there. So those are available. We have to apply for them each year if we want to get them, and if we do, or if we are funded, there is a match by the city to those. But this past year we took advantage of all three of those.
And Scott, do you have to be a member to apply for those grants?
Yeah, you have to be a member. What they do, what EDC Utah does, is they recruit businesses, and the economic development purpose of the state. If you ask a state person what economic development means to them, it is jobs. And the reason being is that jobs pay income tax, and the state gets all the income tax. We as a city do not get income tax. So that's what their focus is. Now we like it when our jobs come into our community. I mean, they do help enhance our community. They allow people to work close to home if they live in our community. And people that have jobs and work in our community tend to eat lunch in our community and do things like that. So there is a benefit to us, and that's what they do. We'll get job leads on a light manufacturing plant or something like that. Now our manufacturing zones and things like that, they're in essence full. We have a little bit of open space out there that's soon to be developed, but we don't have a large industrial park. So it's not something that whenever we get the request and they need 50 acres to build their plant, we don't have 50 acres in a manufacturing area for our community to pursue that. The economic development goals of most cities, when you ask them what that means, they talk about things that generate sales tax. So both, and property tax for that matter. So if a new business comes to town and they're going to operate in our city, we get the property tax off their building and off the property that they have inside the building. And that's a revenue to us. The state does not get any property tax. That's divided amongst the property tax entities. The school gets the lion's share, the city, the county, and a few water districts. The sales tax is something that we collect. The state gets a portion of sales tax, the city gets a portion, and the county gets a portion. And UTA might get a portion depending on what county you're in. So when sales tax is generated, that's generally for a city. That's our bread and butter. That's where we gain the most revenue, more so usually than a property tax. So we are very interested in retail. EDC Utah has a retail component to what they do. They were at ICSC as well. They had a booth there. They were promoting cities that were members. But they are, I guess it's not their specialty that they find the Costcos of the world and bring them to an individual city. Most retail is done through brokers, people that are real estate agents that are agents for particular companies. And so if a particular company wants to pick 3 sites, a restaurant wants to pick 3 sites in the state of Utah, they're going to call up their one broker they deal with and say, find me 3 sites. And then that broker will go and talk with the landowners or developers or whatever to help make that happen. So for Pleasant Grove City and kind of where we're headed, and we're running out of land to develop. I mean, we don't have much left as far as just open green space in a commercial area. So our focus really has been on retail. We know in the interchange we have a nice little mix of business, and we're starting to see some of the retail come in. And that's something we've focused on. So they find companies to help come to Pleasant Grove. When the Nearon building was being built, they had a company that was interested in locating there. So they toured the building. The company ended up choosing elsewhere, but EDCU generated the lead and brought it to Pleasant Grove. So they're at ICSC. They represent EDCU members there. They find companies to bring to cities, and they have the grant program. I would also say that when it comes to this is something which I would consider kind of a long-term investment. If they were to bring one business into our community that would build a building and pay property tax, let's say 5 years from now, and we've paid this $8,900 for 5 years, we would get our money back at that point. But we have 5 years of paying into it and, getting some grants and things like that, but not maybe fully covering the cost of what we're into. So that's just something to consider. We don't have the crystal ball to know if that's going to happen, but if we do get one business over time, in a lot of ways that would probably pay for that membership fee. And so in some ways, I don't know if it's super fair to say, all right, we tried you out for a year, we didn't see a benefit, so we're walking. Some of the flip side to that, like I said, they focus on jobs, they don't focus on sales tax. It's just a little bit, it's not disconnect, it's just two different ways of looking at what economic development means. So we focus on the sales tax revenue, they focus on bringing on jobs. And I also talked about the brokers and realtors really drive most of that. I remember Brandon Fugel saying, hey, when companies are looking at Pleasant Grove, as the realtors, we're talking to them before EDCU talks to us. So EDCU has brought in Salt Lake City, they helped facilitate Goldman Sachs and some of those coming in. And so they have a hand in some of those things. For us as a city, it's possible they'd bring something into us, but that's kind of the two sides of the argument. So a recommendation for me, we can go either way on this one, and I don't think it's going to harm either way, whatever
Scott,
we decide to do.
If it's okay, and Daniel, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but could you speak to EDC Utah at all or EDCU?
I think you got to speak about this last time we talked about it. So,
Yeah. I mean, but it's been a while since you last spoke in regards to that organization. And I'd like to hear your thoughts now after we've been a member for a while. If you think it's, good to continue because you now are going to have one of the largest office buildings, in Pleasant Grove and possibly, the county. So I would like to hear your thoughts.
So I pretty much agree with everything Scott said. I mean, those are just facts and data. I don't have an opinion whether the city is involved in EDC Utah one way or the other. I will say I have felt like the last year there's been a little bit more of a city engagement in economic development. The Economic Development Summit that was hosted, I think, was incredible. Brought people in from out of state that are now doing deals in Pleasant Grove. Was that attributable to EDC Utah? Probably not. I don't know if you guys would have done it without them or not, but
No, we wouldn't have.
well, they provided the funding.
But they were definitely a
we
partner.
As a city did all the legwork of organizing and planning and getting people.
would you do it again if you weren't a member of EDC Utah?
Probably.
Yeah.
But what budget would that have come out of? Economic development.
Yeah,
budget?
I mean, we have an economic development line item in our general fund budget.
I think the point is we're not going to see deals exclusively coming to Pleasant Grove City because of EDC Utah, but the city of Pleasant Grove being actively engaged in economic development, whether that is EDC Utah or investment in other forms of economic development in your city, I think you should keep investing in economic development. Whether it's EDC Utah or not, that's really a decision on whether you guys think there's going to be some value there. But I wouldn't be gauging it on, is a big deal going to show up tomorrow because of EDC Utah? Scott mentioned Goldman Sachs. We're currently speaking directly with Goldman Sachs outside of EDC Utah. And so those deals are going to come whether EDC Utah is involved or not.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Daniel. Do we have any other questions for Scott?
Scott, I've got one quick question. When we first had this on our agenda, we continued it because the mayor had something he wanted to share on this point. Do you happen to have any information about what he wanted?
No, I don't know where he is on the issue.
Okay.
When I first asked him, he's like, that's a council decision. So
I think
he
it's
didn't
because
offer an
it's-
opinion either way to me.
Mentioned to me because it's just up for renewal. You thought it'd be due diligence.
I think it's an appropriate time to discuss it, and I think that the points are well taken that we ought to be investing in economic development, not necessarily for job growth when that's an income tax generator. And those were the comments I made when we discussed this a year ago to enter into the first agreement. There's benefit, but there may be better, more efficient benefits in other areas.
So to that point, the job growth is what brings in the restaurants and the retail and the shopping, because they want a concentration of people, specifically speaking to the 6-story building that's under construction. So I think it is important because it gives those restaurants want to see those numbers of that they can provide a place for people to eat and shop. And so I think it's equally as important. As Scott said, I don't know if after 1 year we should pull out yet. I think an $8,900 investment into economic development to have a seat at the table is worth it at this point, especially if we don't have any other direction to put those funds towards. And I'm willing to give them another year. I know they had some internal issues within the organization, but I think the grant program, the support that we've had our economic summit, bringing us a seat at the table, I think is worth the $8,900 investment for a city of our size. And I'm willing to give them another year because I think we need that. The data that they provide to the city, while we probably could have done the summit without them, they were a partner and they were support for that. And unless we have another specific use for the money, I think having a seat at the table is important and investing in our economic development.
I think these just direction or discussion.
Need to know whether to write them a check or write them a letter saying thank you.
So you need a motion. That's
So-
the motion. I guess it says discussion
I do.
motion.
We do have direction, so that if the council would make a motion to let us know what you want to do.
So do we have a motion to continue on or move the other direction?
My motion would be to not write the check, to thank them for the grant in the past and the work that they have done. But as has been said many times, the opportunities that are coming with St. John and others are not tied to EDC Utah. I would move that we terminate at this point the relationship with gratitude.
So we have a motion by Ben to terminate. Do we have a second? That doesn't count.
Use a different word than
I
terminate.
can also
Motion to
see
end.
this on both sides. I loved the economic summit. So maybe I have a question then for Scott.
Yeah.
The summit was fantastic.
It was.
So if we don't get a grant from EDC Utah to help with that cost, what does that look like? Because we did all the legwork.
And I just can't remember the amount of the grant. I want to say it was $1,000.
No, I think it was
Oh.
5,000.
I don't think it was 5. That sounds way high. I think it was about 1,000. We might have, because it's a matching grant, and whatever wasn't covered in the grant, we covered as a city.
I thought it was more because we had all the mailing, we had all of
And
the.
then they helped with the city website. I mean, it was a Chamber of Commerce or an external website.
I mean, our cost, the big cost was we provided lunch for everybody.
Right.
That was the big cost, but what do we have, 120 people there or something like that, and I don't remember what we paid per person, but I mean, it was, I want to say it's a couple $1,000s to provide lunch. But
I was trying to look for it, but
yeah, other than that, we did some mailers, but I mean, most of
It
it
was a
was
lot.
David Larson and I calling everybody up saying, will
and
you come
wasn't
to
James
this?
with us too at that point?
What's that?
Oh, James was not with us at that point either?
James started with the initial,
Started, and then he wasn't here for
and then
that
he
whole
took
summer.
another job, and yeah. I mean, David and I, probably the last 6 weeks leading up to it were the ones that were putting all the legwork into it. So yeah.
Okay, so maybe my question is are we able financially to do another economic summit if we don't get the grant?
Yes.
Okay.
Within our current economic development budget line item, we can do the summit without the grant.
Okay.
I think we're paying for a seat at the table.
So we have a motion dangling out there. Sorry, Ben. We have your motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
So a second by Diana. Okay, I'm going to go down the line on yeses. Diana?
Yes.
Ben?
Yes.
Sid?
No.
Lynn?
Yes.
There you go. And I'll say no, because I thought we had a seat at the table. So, okay, there you go. There's your direction, Scott.
I'll send them a letter.
Continue standing there and inform us on 11B.
I told my wife 11 o'clock.
I make a motion that we extend.
I'll second the motion.
Motion by Diana, a second by Ben. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now Scott, 11B, discussion regarding zoning in the interchange zone.
The interchange zone in our community, the main part of that is between I-15 and North County Boulevard, right off the exit 275. So if you're familiar with this large Grove Tower that's being built, that, I don't know what you have, 3 stories up? You might have, do you have all 6 up now? Okay,
This
so
is so much fun.
drive by. That building's
Can we
huge.
just have
and
just a minute of wow?
Yeah.
Okay, good grief. we
about
never
3
do
seconds a
that.
while, so we can keep going. So that area in the past has been something our city council has said, we want to make sure we can have quality development in that area. And the way as a city we control development as far as quality is through design standards and through zoning and particularly allowed uses. So in the interchange zone, in a couple particular places in the interchange zone, and this property is all owned by St. John Properties. That's why they're here tonight. That what we're going to talk about is going to affect them mostly, as opposed to any other property owner out there. There is a requirement for particular pieces of property that when they develop, they have to have 50% retail and 50% of office or whatever use within the commercial cells. So when we drafted this, I think the language was a little confusing. I know when Daniel started looking at it, he was saying, look, the way I'm reading this, I can put a bank in there and that's considered retail. So as we took a closer look, we found out that that was a correct assumption as far as that's concerned. So one of the things that we are recommending, and sorry, let me preface this, we're not making any decisions tonight. We're looking for direction from the city council so that we can proceed to write or to change our code. We run it through the planning commission and we bring it back through the city council. We're talking concepts tonight to see what the city council is comfortable with. So one of those is to change our language in the code that specifies retail as a sales tax generator. That was our intent. I think when we actually drafted it, we missed out on the intent. So we want to go back and make sure that it's clear that 50% is actually a sales tax generating type business, not a bank or something like that. So that's one item. The other item is that right now we have zoned out convenience stores and fast food operations. When you look at the fine lettering of the fine words of the code, it gets a little fuzzy of what a fast food restaurant is, what a quick serve is, what a fast casual is. Fine dining's kind of, people are pretty clear what a fine dining establishment.
Were not in existence when that was written.
So when we initially started talking about this, I think was the onset of the quick serve concept, or at least as it's gained popularity. We also said you can't have a drive-through. And we have quick serve or fast casuals that have drive-throughs. And so we wouldn't consider them fast food, but our ordinance says you can't have that type of restaurant. So we would like to define as staff fast food a little more clear so that when people develop, they know we can make sure we understand what a fast food restaurant is. So Daniel has talked or researched and looked at other cities to see what their definitions of fast food are. In Utah, I think you said there weren't many of them, but you found a lot in California and other places where there is this definition. And so he copied one of the definitions. And in essence, well, let me just read it to you. Any establishment whose principal business is the sale of foods, frozen desserts, or beverages to the customer in a ready-to-consume state for consumption either on the premises or off the premises, and whose design or principal method of operation is such that customers are normally served their foods frozen desserts or beverages in edible containers. Okay, that's defined as like an ice cream cone. Or in plastic, paper, or other disposable containers. And that if more than 50% of their business is generated through a drive-through. So we're not discussing brands. And I think we need to make that clear, because sometimes we're like, we'll take this brand, but we don't want this brand, but they're really both fast food restaurants. Chick-fil-A we're okay with, McDonald's no. So we can't do that. We need to define what a fast food restaurant is. And so this is the language we're playing around with. This is not me saying this is exactly what it's going to be, but this is something that, again, we'll run through Planning Commission and bring back to you. The reason we want to define fast food and making sure that there's an understanding when the person that's developing the property is saying, I got this restaurant, and city, how do you interpret this? Is it fast food? And we're looking at just narrowing the definition. So we'll have a full service, we'll have a casual restaurant, and we'll have fast food. And so according to our zone, fast food will not be allowed. Casual service will be, and any casual service, whatever brand, and any fine dining will be fine.
Casual service is?
Casual service would be a Costa Vida, a Zupas.
Go through the line and then you...
Well, I'm talking brands to give you a picture of what
So
that
basically
means.
you want direction on if you should move forward bringing this change to us.
But there's a kicker, okay? So as we've looked at the property, particularly what St. John Property owns, they own roughly 40 acres right by the hotel site, and then they own close to another 10 acres on the other side of the road. That 10 acres has 2 office buildings on it now. There are restaurant pads there. There are things ready for retail. And as I'm talking with the developer, he's saying, I have a couple fast food restaurants that are interested in these properties. Is the city council going to consider this? So we as staff said, okay, let's sit down and figure out a way that we can accommodate hopefully the needs of the city and the vision of the city with the developer and his ability to develop. And I would appreciate when I'm done that you maybe give Daniel a minute, because this is his property that he owns. When we discussed it as staff, that if we took a master planned area and said if you have 50 acres and 50% of that's required to be retail, and out of those 50 acres, for every 10 acres you can have 1 fast food restaurant / convenience store, is that something the council's going to be okay with? So if you look at a 50-acre development that's going to have a mix of retail and office, there's going to be some fast food in there. I don't know if you're going to go many places where you're going to see no fast food. Is it all going to be fast food? Well, no. I mean, it's going to be limited based on what we set throughout the zoning. And so that's the concept we want to get in front of you to talk about in general terms, to say, okay, we're okay for the city to kind of chase that one a little bit and run it through Planning Commission and get back to us. Planning Commission might have other thoughts, but ultimately, it is going to be a city council decision.
For me, if it's specifically, if we're talking about changing the fast food percentage requirement, yes, but I really don't want to remove the 50% office and have the chance that we increase that.
Okay, so we're not recommending changing the 50%. Okay. We're just saying within the 50%, there is now a component where fast food is a possibility. Okay. So that's what we're working on. Now, there might be particular restrictions for fast food if we don't, if there's particular corners or frontages that causes concern.
And serve only chicken.
Are we talking brands?
No, that was the brand.
Does fast casual have a drive up?
Some do. Mm-hmm. I mean, a lot of Costa Vidas now, yeah. Kneaders is a good example. They're ones where generally most of their business is inside their restaurant, but they do have a fast food. So Kneaders is a good example. A lot of the new Costa Vidas you see being built, they'll have a drive-through.
But basically tonight, just for the sake of time, you're looking for a direction if we want to move forward with
Are we making you hungry? Or do we need to keep moving along?
Hungry one, and I'm just tired.
Daniel, is our.
If it's okay, can I just have Daniel talk for a
Mr.
minute?
Daniel
and-
Thomas.
You have 60 seconds.
I haven't talked with Daniel about this, so I don't know exactly how he feels about all this. We've talked kind of concepts, but I figure it'd be appropriate that he addresses some of it.
Thank you. And I don't have much to say. I'm very appreciative that the conversation's happening. In the Grove, the interchange area, I mean, there's over 100 acres in this zone, with the bulk of that going to be retail, generating transient room tax and sales tax. And I think it's pretty inconceivable that you're going to fill that all up with Outback Steakhouses and wonderful things, right?
I would love to try.
We would love to try, but they're coming. Look, I mean, look, we're already doing it. Not that this is story hour, but when we were in Vegas, I met with a group, and they would love to do a Burger King. Now I said we can't do it, and they said, well, we also do Chili's. I said, well, let's talk about doing both of them, right? So it's just the overarching concept is you've got a lot of acres down there. A fast food restaurant sits on anywhere between 3/4 of an acre to 1.25 acres. So we're not asking, and I think our vision is aligned with yours. We don't want to. That's not what we're building either, right? But I think we need to start having the conversations about what's an appropriate amount of all food uses, not just the places where we like to go out and eat all the time. How do we build an area? And I think Daniel spent more time on this than maybe I have on trying to figure out, how do you create a vibrant area?
Mhm.
You can't do it with one use. You have multiple uses. Kind of the same thing with the C-stores. C-stores drive a lot of car traffic that feeds other retail uses.
What's a C-store?
C's chocolate?
Oh, convenience store.
Oh, I thought you said C's.
It's a Maverick.
Oh, okay.
Convenience store. We call them
Okay.
C-stores.
I thought you meant C's chocolate. But
C-store.
I would have been fine with that too.
C-scan. Yes. So anyways, the conversation that we would like to have with the people who get to make this decision, which is you, is what is a fair and appropriate amount of these uses on a very limited basis to help amplify the whole project.
And for me, the answer is yes to moving forward to having a discussion.
Great.
Diana?
Do you want it, Scott?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
Okay.
Lynn?
We're okay to move forward on that.
Ben? There you go. There's your direction.
We are
Thank you.
hungry, and it is 11 o'clock.
All right. And we're talking food.
Okay, 11.
Waiting 5 hours to get to that.
What's that? 11C, discussion on easement for the Armstrong Flinders Main Street project. Scott, looks like you're up again.
Okay, I really hope this works so I can show you a map.
And this is the one we have the letter in front of
Yeah,
us.
so Drew Armstrong approached me 3 weeks or so ago. About talking about a concept about the potential project that he's working on Main Street. Daniel, will you get lights again for me?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you turn those out.
We might not make
I'm just saying I might not wake back up.
He said, hey, we are likely going to need an easement from the city in order for us to help accommodate our parking. So as he was explaining it to me, I said, please give that to me in writing and we'll get it in front of the city council. So what he presented was a letter. And in the letter, he is requesting that we take a look at providing an easement. So this is the library. Can't see City Hall, but it's right here. We have a piece of green space there that he is looking to have an easement granted from the city so that he can get cars through there in order to accommodate his parking structure that he's going to build. To our understanding, at least right now, that's not going to affect any parking stalls. Now, once we get into the actual design, that could change. And tonight, we're not making a decision whether we're going to grant an easement. Again, we're looking for the direction from the city council to pursue that with Drew so that we can really get to the engineering part of it. That's where the nuts and bolts is going to be determined how well this is going to work or not work as far as the city's needs. and whether that works to meet Drew's needs. So we want some direction from the city council. This is not something that goes in front of the planning commission. The city council is the one who grants easements, and so it's not reviewed by them.
Have that grass?
What's that?
Why do we have the grass?
So we cannot water it and it burns. That's all I know.
There's a sprinkler right there. Dion and I were looking at it
Come
today.
on.
We like all the green space we can get, Diana. Green space.
The idea was to create a buffer between leases, right?
Yeah.
Buffer all the way down, we granted one easement for the Photoshop, digital, to allow them to access our parking lot there, and we lost a little bit of green space. That was the original intent, is to create a buffer between the back side of those businesses.
Right now, the dogs use it more than ever.
That might be true.
Crystal's dogs.
So I hope you had a chance to review the letter. I mean, I know I emailed it to you late. It was addressed to you guys, and I thought you received a copy, and I thought maybe you hadn't, so I sent it to you this afternoon. But in a nutshell, that's what's being requested, is for the city to do that. So on our end, if the city council wants to have us pursue it, we'll start sitting down with Mr. Armstrong and defining the boundaries of the easement and those types of things. And if we get to where the city staff is comfortable with it, at least how it's engineered, and it works for Drew's purposes, then we'll bring it back for you to have the discussion. Is that a public hearing? We think that's a public hearing.
It's an interesting property.
Okay, so it'll be a public hearing for the community to be able to talk on.
Okay.
Are we okay to pursue
I'm
that?
okay. We'll go down the line again, Diana. Are you okay to pursue it, or would you like?
Let's pursue.
Sid? Okay, Lynn?
Yes.
Ben?
When we say pursue, what do we mean exactly? Have a further discussion on the subject?
Yeah, well, at this point, part of it is if it's a no from the council tonight, then Drew knows that he doesn't need to start heading down this road. If the council says we're willing to entertain it, doesn't commit us to anything, other than right now we need more information as to the exact boundaries. Is that going to affect people coming in and out? Will that affect any of this parking right here? We don't know that just yet. So if there's a way it can be designed that, people enter here just like this driveway, and it's not going to impact us. I mean, at that point, it's just a city council decision to say yes or no on
I
the
think we were
easement.
just talking about economic development could bring a certain degree to our downtown.
Well,
storefronts.
Drew's letter states, we're going to take some buildings that are kind of old, we're going to build a new building that's going to generate more revenue for the city. So that's the overarching concept is, city, if you can help me out with an easement, we can build something that should generate you more money as a city. So,
Ben?
No financial implication for us, is that right? My understanding is that any ramp construction, that's all covered by the developer. We're not.
well, that's all part of the agreement. I wouldn't recommend. No, I think they pay for it. It's for their
Sounds like
development.
we just need specifics by next time we talk, and we'll have those.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, conversation further.
That's all I'm looking for.
There you go. All right. Yeah, Scott, you can sit down.
To have conversations.
All right.
So item 12, review and discussion of the June 20th, 2017 City Council meeting agenda. So let's see what we can do here. Can we have lights back on? I'm getting old and I can't read that good anymore. Okay. We have let's see.
Budget.
Well, item 8, presentation to Levi Adams for a service on the Planning Commission member. Public hearing to receive comments on proposed Pleasant Grove City fiscal year 2006. I have 16-17 budget amendment. The final budget includes the comprehensive fee schedule and Pleasant Grove City redevelopment agency budget. Am I? Yeah. Okay. We'll change that for next. Okay. Item B, public hearing to receive comments on the proposed Pleasant Grove City comprehensive fee schedule.
So the fee schedule is a separate thing adopted
Okay, item 10A, to consider adoption resolution 2017. I have all zeros because I think we're waiting. Adjusting and amending the revenues and expenditures of the fiscal year 16-17 budget and providing for effective date. Same. Okay, item B, to consider for adoption resolution 2017, again, zeros, adopting revenues and expenditures of the 18 final budget. The final budget includes the comprehensive fee schedule and the Pleasant Grove City Redevelopment Agency budget provided for effective date. Item C, to consider for adoption a proclamation declaring July 1st through the 7th, 2017 is Independence Week. Mm-hmm. Did you have a comment?
And is independence spelled the way it is here or not? It's correct. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Because it kind of falls within that week, so.
Okay, item D, to consider adoption of resolution 2017 authoring the mayor to enter into agreement for wildland fires.
I'll let Chief Thomas explain briefly what that is.
We'll have that changed.
I'm sorry, at this late hour, I've pretty
know.
much lost my voice. I've just been talking so much. So this is secondary to some action that the state legislature made or took in the past little while, where it allows counties and municipalities to enter into a wildland agreement that states pretty much will take some wildland fire prevention measures in our city. In exchange, they'll keep from charging us if they have to come into our area, or if a fire begins in our area and moves into federal lands, state and federal lands. So it's just kind of a guarantee that we won't have to pay those big bills. So we'll have it all ironed out for you.
Thank you. All right, we'll skip to the calendar really quick.
Eric,
Yes.
sorry, one more thing. We will be starting our review of the annual budget by our city council, by department. So I think we're scheduled to do 3 or 4 departments on the 20th. I forgot to have Kathy add that on the agenda.
Okay.
But we'll be starting that process.
Okay. Thank you. Calendar next week is the week. Are we ready, Dion?
No.
We're ready? Okay.
Yes.
Strawberry Days, I think we've heard a lot about Strawberry Days today. Lisa, would you like to come up and talk a little bit? 15, 20 minutes? Okay.
The boss is here, so I got to say that.
Yeah, I know.
I spent my 10 hours on Strawberry Days today.
All right, neighborhood and staff business. Libby, anything? Going around the room. Daniel? Dion again.
I'm good.
Chief? Thomas?
Fireman.
I'll give this a shot. Thanks for your support on Saturday with the Fireman's Breakfast. I really appreciate you coming. I think we did really well, even with the competition of the other events that were going on in the city and stuff. I mean, there were people offered a free pancake breakfast, and we still were able to pull in about 750 people to ours, and we charged.
Yeah.
So, no, we really appreciated it. Just for your information, on Saturday, a large majority of our guys will be running the Utah Valley Marathon for Mark, and in the name of others that have cancer. Most of us are planning on running in our turnouts, so just look for the roadways to be dotted with dead firefighters in turnouts. Overheated. So anyway, thanks for your support on Saturday.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chief Smith?
Nothing.
Sherry?
Just come to the celebration for the rec center. It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. There will be live bands, tours. Ben's got a nice sign up there. The group's got a lot of nice things planned, and so love to have your support with that. Also, we have our 3rd annual author tea party. We have Carla Kelly coming. She'll be here Tuesday. Carla Kelly, if you're not familiar with her, writes a variety of genres, mostly romantic in nature. But she has been doing it for a long, long time. As a matter of fact, she took a class from my dad at BYU in 1970. So that's going back a while. But she's coming. She'll be speaking. She's still a best-selling author. She's very, very popular.
Anything else? Thank you. Denise? Scott, I think we've had enough from you tonight.
I am done.
Tina? Okay. Yes. And care packages for the ones that filed late or last day. Okay. Diana?
Nothing.
Sid? Lynn? Ben?
Nope, I was going to mention this, but it got taken care of.
Okay, and I have nothing, so I'll make a motion to.
Is that cheesecake still edible?
I was hoping that no one had noticed. and I
Cheesecake
just
is
grabbed
good
it.
any hour, and it can literally be a midnight snack, so it's fine.
I think the members of the public that stayed this late should get some.
Absolutely.
We have a second. Okay. All right. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn.
Second motion by Ben, second by Diana. All those in favor? Aye.
Stick around and have some cheesecake.